Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of June 21st, 2022. Tonight, we have a very special person that's going to lead us in is going to sing the National Anthem and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and that is our own Planning Commissioner, Jimmy Vivar. Now, please stand and join Commissioner Vivar as he plays and sings the National Anthem, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance right after.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that her flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. One more time for Commissioner Vivar. Okay, now it's time for our moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Christine Knopf from Redemption Church. And she's always great. She's definitely one of my top favorite pastors and moment of solemn expression people. I know I love them all, but you're in for a treat.
Well, thank you. I hope this isn't disappointing for you, Mayor. Nice to see everyone. Hello, neighbors. I just wanted to invite us all to take a deep breath. I know we're coming in from our days. There's a lot of excitement here tonight for the presentations, and just give us a minute to be present together here as neighbors in our community. Tonight, I brought a reflection that leads us to a reflection on summer, a poem by Mary Oliver, Recognitions of the Lord. I know a lot of fancy words. I tear them from my heart and my tongue, then I pray. Lord God, mercy is in your hands. Pour me a little, and tenderness too. My need is great. Beauty walks so freely and with such gentleness. Impatience puts a halter on my face, and I run away over the green fields, wanting your voice, your tenderness, but having to do with only the sweet grasses of the fields against my body. When I first found you, I was filled with light. Now the darkness grows, and it is filled with crooked things, bitter and weak, each one bearing my name. Every summer, the lilies rise and open their white hands until they almost cover the black waters of the pond. And I give thanks, but it does not seem like adequate thanks. It doesn't seem festive enough or constant enough, nor does the name of the Lord or the words of thanksgiving come into it often enough. Everywhere I go, I am treated like royalty, which I am not. I thirst and am given water. My eyes thirst, and I am given the white lilies in the black water. My heart sings, but the apparatus of singing doesn't convey half what it feels and means. In spring, there's hope. In fall, the exquisite, necessary diminishing. Winter, I am sleepy as any beast in its leafy cave. But in summer, there is everywhere the luminous sprawl of gifts, the hospitality of the Lord, and my inadequate answers as I row my beautiful temporary body through this water lily world. May we be present this summer to the things around us. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
First, can we have City Attorney closed session report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds? Here. Councilmember Harlan? Here. Councilmember Chavez? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Myer? Here. Mayor Stevens?
Here.
And let the record reflect that Council Members Gameros and Harper are absent tonight. And our City Manager, Lori Ann Farrell Harrison, she's present via Zoom tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. So we have a really exciting section of our presentations. We have 3 presentations, but they're all connected. They're all connected because of the great Newport Harbor High School. And so we're honoring a number of students, 3 teams specifically from that great school in our district. So you're all very welcome to be here. What I'd like to do is first we're going to introduce and I'm going to say a few words about the girls lacrosse team. The girls lacrosse team. And that's very meaningful. I was telling the girls that both my daughters played lacrosse, so it's one of our family sports. So, and then we're going to go and we're going to talk about the water polo program, both boys and girls. So we're going to do this. I have a few words to read, and then we're going to have the coach come up and give the certificates. Then we're going to take a photograph with the lacrosse team. And then we're going to do something similar. I'm going to read all about the boys and the girls, and then the coach is going to give out the certificates, and we're going to take photographs. We definitely want to get all of the water polo players together in a photo, but I think we can pull it off if we want to get all of the students that are here being honored in the same photo. Since we have 2 less council members tonight, I think we can make it happen. Okay. So that's what I'd like to see happen. So we're going to start off with girls lacrosse. This week, the city of Costa Mesa proudly celebrates the Newport Harbor High School girls lacrosse team for defeating Murrieta Mesa 11-6 to claim its first CIF Southern Section Division II championship in school history. To reach the championship game, the Sailors trusted each other and had each other's back to beat Chaminade, San Juan Hills, and their rival CDM. On the field, with 10 minutes remaining in the game, they had a lead and were able to stall for 6 minutes before turning the ball over, which in lacrosse is difficult to do, to keep the ball alive without turning it over. That's for sure. Clearly, this team practiced and trained hard to win its championship. A lot of credit for the victory goes to Coach Brooke Martini. Brooke. Coach Martini built a strong team of champions by boosting and building their confidence, pushing the girls far beyond their limits, and creating an atmosphere of trust to make this historic win, the CIF championship, for the first time in school history. Now I'd like to invite Coach Martini up to say a few words and to hand out the certificates. And then, as I said, we'll take a photograph with the council. Coach, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. This season has been amazing. We started off the beginning a little bit rough, but we persevered and we believed in each other, believed in ourselves, and we pulled off an amazing win. And we couldn't do it without the support of everyone here, so thank you. First player, Audrey Sharp. Caroline Close. Kat McCory. Claire Abraham. Delaney Gam. She's not here. Lauren Boyd. Lucy Valdez. Olivia Gritzmacher. Some people aren't here. Sophia Brooks. Sophia LeClaire. And lastly, Tiana.
Okay, council, let's go take our photo. All right. That's great. And now we have water polo. So as I said, I'm gonna speak about the boys and the girls, and then Coach, you can we'll do the boys pictures and then the girls pictures after. Then we'll do a group picture, which based on what we just experienced might be a little challenging, but but we can do it. I think we got to make like a pyramid kind of type deal formation. We'll give it a try. Okay. No one can deny that the sailors rule the pool. Newport Harbor boys and girls have a long history of water polo dominance, both in CIF and in the United States Olympic teams over many years. This year, wait a minute. My script doesn't make any sense. Hold on one second. Anyway, what on earth? Okay, anyway, this year they were led by Coach Ross Sinclair and became the first coach, this is pretty amazing, the first coach to win both boys and girls water polo CIF titles in the top division in the same school in the same year in the history of the world. Coach Sinclair, that's pretty awesome. Congratulations. Okay, this is the only time the school has accomplished this feat. The only other time they accomplished this feat was in 2007 and 2008, and that was Newport Harbor. And let me say it to you again, because this script is confounding me tonight. Anyway, that's the only time in the history of the CIF that boys and girls have won in the same season is in 2007 and 2008, and that was Newport Harbor. So anyway, you tied your own record. The top seeded Newport Harbor boys team beat number 3 seeded Mater Dei, where my kids went, 10-6 to win the CIF State Southern California Regional Division I title. This year's water polo season can only be defined as extraordinary. This successful season is a culmination of hard work and trust created by Coach Sinclair, who took the Coach of the Year award for the Open Division. Again, Coach Sinclair, congratulations. Now on to the girls. Congratulations to the Newport Harbor High School 2022 CIF Socal Girls Water Polo Division I champions. The Sailor girls joined the boys as inaugural CIF Southern Section Open Division champions. The top-seeded Newport Harbor girls scored the first 5 goals of the match, blitzing number 2 Laguna Beach in a 11-6 victory. What's also notable is these two teams are very close, as we can see, with each other, and the girls are cheering on the boys during the fall season, and the boys are cheering on the girls during the spring season. It's a true program that sticks together, and that's something really to be admired. So Coach Sinclair, greatest coach in the history of the world, could you please come to the podium, say a few words first about the boys, and hand out the certificates? We'll take a photo with those great boys water polo players.
Thank you, Council, for supporting and celebrating the achievements of both the young men and women in this room. There is an asterisk there. Definitely not the best coach in the world, but we did have an amazing year, an amazing season, and it's a testament not to coaching staff, it's to these athletes and the parents behind them that have been invested in this sport, in this community, in this school for more than just 4 years. So thanks to everyone in this room. And also the City of Costa Mesa for supporting the Newport Mesa School District. I think it's the best public school district in the world. So just want to preface that. We had an amazing year. I can't believe it's over, but it was just an incredible year for aquatics, an incredible year for our whole school with the success that we had. And again, it goes to everyone in this room, these young men and women that are amazing student athletes and ambassadors of this the great city. So thank you guys so much. All right, first up. I guess you're getting one, Coach Chris Whiteleg. Assistant Coach Chris Whiteleg, you got one. All right. these are the coaching staff, so let's get through that first. Here we go. Alex Altschuler. Hand that to Alex. Owen Bartlett. Cole Borgreave. Peter Castillo, whose father is a proud alum of Costa Mesa High School, I might add. Right, Phil? There we go. He's very proud. Peter Clark. Eric Dusand. Will Fosselman. Finn Gent. Mason Hunt. Finn LeSueur. Ben Lathy. Cooper Mathstred. Gavin Netherton. Billy Rankin. Tommy Richardson. Richie Rimlinger. Owen Tift. Gage Vertigal. Thank you.
So council, let's take a picture with the boys team.
All right, we're going to honor the girls. Kiara Amoroso. Ryan Kopnick. Isabel Devilar. Lily Guess. McKaylee Hansberger. Riley Harrington. Alex Love. Bia Mantellato. Avery Montiel. Paige Nagel. Morgan Netherton. Angie Peterson. Anna Reed. Taylor Smith. Caitlin State. And Maddie Swart. And that's the champions right there.
Sounds good.
Congratulations, sailors. Have a great summer. Have a great summer. Thanks, Tony. Good job. You lost your what? Yeah, I know. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so now's the time for public comment. We take comments from within the chambers first, and then we go to Zoom. The rules are the maximum time for the public comment if you're speaking in English without a translation is 3 minutes. If you're speaking in Spanish with translation, it's 5 minutes. You're going to get a beep when you have 1 minute left, no matter whether it's 4 minutes in or 2 minutes in, as the case may be. At that point in time, wrap it up, because when you get to your limit, we will cut off your mic, and so you won't be audible. The other rule is, and I think this is the only other rule, you cannot speak about matters that are on the agenda. These are only public comments for items that are not on the agenda. If there's a matter you wish to speak to that's on the agenda, you have to wait till that comes up. And then again, you have 3 minutes, and then you have 5 minutes. if it's translated. So if also, the other thing is, if you are speaking and you're in the chambers and you wish to have a translator, go to my left, that podium right there, and we have a translator for folks that need that English to Spanish translator or Spanish to English translator. So anyhow, with all that said, is there anyone in the chambers that wishes to participate in public comment? Good evening, you have the floor.
Yes, we do. Talking about food trucks, we were told last week that we have to move 100 feet every 10 minutes, and unfortunately, that really doesn't help my family and our food truck business. It will end up killing our gas. It will end up causing more problems and health issues within the ecosystem and whatnot. But it's more just trying to figure out what can we do to change that. Because if we do it on proper property, they told us that we cannot be there within 30 minutes. We have to be there shorter. We have to move every constantly time. And so it's just like, my parents are wondering, how can we help or what can we change for that time? And it's more just also trying to figure out if we are able to fight that, because it's honestly not really gonna help us out in anything, because this is our livelihood of what we've been doing. We've been here working for Costa Mesa since 2012, and it's just like we're getting told now that we're supposed to be moving every 10 minutes. So it's like, it doesn't really kind of help us out in any of this. And it's mainly just wondering what we can do.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else within the chambers that wishes to speak?
Hello, John.
You have the floor, sir.
Hey, Chris Corm, 360 LaPearl Place. Updating you on my rekindle fire issue I'm going with. After I went through all of the stuff with my attorney, I finally had time to start putting my house back together in the back. I came down to get permits for my back unit, which I was told from Ryan Board that all I would need was a scope of work, a drawing of what I was doing, and I'd get over-the-counter permits. Well, didn't happen. I went down there, and since the fire report said that I had major structural damage, which I did on the front house, the back house didn't have major structural damage. It had 3 joists that were damaged and about 10 rafters on the outside that were damaged. But since the report says I had major structural damage, they made me go get a architect, an engineer. Now I'm in planning. They're not going to be looking at my permits until July 12th. I mean, this is ridiculous. I had to spend $823 for a plan check for something that should have been over the counter. I mean, you guys got to help me out here. It's crazy. I mean, I filed my claim with the city. Hopefully this isn't something to do with my claim. This should have been something that went over the counter here. I mean, there has to be some professionalism here. I mean, accountability, I've seen no accountability from the city. Nobody's contacted. That's why I'm up here speaking. It's the only time I get to speak to you guys. Nobody contacts me. I'm just brushed under the rug. I mean, I know you guys have an election coming up in November. Let me tell you, if my case isn't settled before November, it's going to be a very hot topic. I will spend thousands of dollars to make sure that my cases, you guys are known what's happened to me. I feel like I've been brushed under the rug and nobody cares. My neighbors can't believe it. The first attorney that I went to contacted me and said, hey, did the city settle with you? I go, no, they didn't. I actually had to file a claim and get another attorney. He's going to jump on board if I have to go to court. He said, it's crazy that you guys have not stepped up and worked with me. So, I mean, what professionalism is going on here? The fire department knew what they did was wrong. I mean, my friends are chiefs in other cities, and this case has been talked about all over other cities. And my buddy that's a chief in LA County says the sooner the fire chief up here steps up and admits that they did something wrong, it's going to look a lot better in court. So hopefully we don't have to go to court.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak? I don't see anybody. So how about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, no speakers.
Okay, well then I'll close public comment and we'll go to council member, committee reports, comments, and suggestions. The first up from District 5 is council member Arliss Reynolds.
Turn this on. Okay, thank you. Is it Happy First Day of Summer? I think that's a Happy First Day of Summer. That was a beautiful poem that Pastor Nolf read to us. A few updates and thanks. So this probably won't be in order. But one thing that I think is really valuable for residents to be aware of and give input on if it affects them is our storm drain master plan. Our staff and consultant hosted a really good presentation on the initial analysis of storm drain issues. And I think they're moving into a phase where they're working on specific recommendations. Now is the time for residents, if you do experience flooding in your area, to make sure that that flooding is captured as part of the storm drain master plan. So there is a place to access the storm drain master plan report on the city website. We're asking that if you look at that report, look at the map where we've identified flooding. If your area is not on there and you do have flooding, please give that input to staff. That was a really fantastic presentation, by the way. So thanks for that. I had a chance to go to the movies in the park at Balearic Park this weekend. Didn't intend to go, but I was on my bike and I thought I'd stop by. And it was just a really nice, low-key event. Our director of director of Parks and Community Services was there with some other staff. And I really liked that this is a program that rotates around to different parks throughout the city. I think that's a really fantastic idea. Karate Kid is also just an excellent movie. I hadn't planned to stick around, but did for quite a while because it was fun to watch that again. But just wanted to reinforce that I think going around to local parks and really coming closer to residents around the city is a really fantastic idea, and I support and encourage more of that. On the food truck issue, I know this has come up quite a bit, and I'll admit I remember we spent a lot of time on food carts, and I feel like I understand those rules better than our food truck rules. I'd like to understand the food truck rules a little bit more. And I know in other cities, and I think the OC Fair also had once upon a time, some designated food truck zones. And I think that would be a good thing for us to consider. Food trucks are popular. It's nice to pop to a food truck late at night. And maybe if we had some specific locations with permits to have food trucks there, even a sort of nexus of food trucks, that could be a really popular idea for residents. Okay, and then two more items related to our active transportation work. I participated in a walk audit that staff conducted for the Placentia Avenue improvement projects. Really appreciate staff being out there and inviting committee members and other community members to participate in that walk audit. It really is remarkable what you see when you're on foot walking on the street versus even biking or especially driving. So I always learn something new about streets, even when I'm very familiar with them. I want to share that I did post a little bit of information about that walk audit and really was blown away by the positive response. There's, I think, a lot of recognition and support behind improving safety for people on foot, people on bike. A little bit of opposition, but it's funny. Some of that opposition is because people want to do those projects in other places in the city, and they can't wait for their turn. So thank you, staff, for pushing that project. One thing I think would be really helpful as that and other similar projects come online is some PSA or educational material about traffic calming strategies. We did something similar for the leading pedestrian intervals. And I think that's really helpful in just educating the public about the different traffic calming strategies, the why and the how. And then lastly, staff provided us a memo on the outcomes of the Myer Place traffic calming project, and I really appreciate that. It's remarkable when we do these speed measurements how fast cars are traveling through residential neighborhoods. I think it just highlights the need for traffic calming and safety improvements there. I like staff's recommendation related to raised sidewalks near our schools and encourage us to pursue similar measures for crosswalks leading to all of our schools and along our safe routes to schools and to parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next is Councilmember Manuel Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank everyone for joining us today. 2 thank yous, 3 asks, and 2 upcoming events. First of all, thank you to staff so much for being outside providing information for our residents regarding the current rent relief programs we have available in Costa Mesa. The past month and a half, we've heard a lot of residents, primarily in District 4 where I live, mentioning the high rise of their rents. And we all know this is a symptom of just the inflation we're dealing with throughout the country and throughout the world. So I just want to say thank you to staff for being proactive and actually meeting residents where they're at, which today happens to be outside City Hall, and giving them those resources. So thank you so much. Second thank you goes to our Commissioner, Jimmy Bavar. Thank you for making District 4 proud with your great rendition of National Anthem, and always great seeing you in the community doing great things. Now to the quick asks. First, I will note driving down Wilson Boulevard Street is getting a little rough due to the prior construction that was done by other agencies in Costa Mesa. While I know it was not us that did those constructions, people have been mentioning that the roads are a bit unnice to drive through, so maybe we can work with our partners and see what they're doing and how to improve their standards of quality, because ultimately it reflects on us as a city, even though we weren't the ones that did the project. Secondly, concerns about speeding on Labrador Drive. Yesterday at the golf tournament for the Goat Hill Lions, and a few residents mentioned that there's speeding going on Labrador Drive in Mesa Verde. I know it's not in my district, but in lieu and spirit of making us a more walkable and bikeable city, can we please study what we could do to relieve speeding in that area? Just because I know it also bleeds into other parts of town. And finally, it's officially fireworks season in Westside Costa Mesa. There's been a large uptick of fireworks going on these past few weeks. So if our PD and fire could be on just alert and know that's going on, I'd be greatly appreciated, because people are mentioning that. And finally, to end on a more positive note, there's 2 awesome things I want to promote. The first is our awesome library is having a hourly free meal for any resident of Costa Mesa under 18. So if you go from the hours of 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. at the library, Donald Dunger Library, you get a free meal. And while you're there, please check out the beautiful park we created for you guys and the beautiful library as well. It's one great way to stay in contact with your friends and make sure you have a meal in place if you need it. Again, under 18-year-olds there. And secondly, the mayor will definitely speak on it in more detail. We have an amazing event happening on July 3rd. So please show up, not because of my birthday, but because it's to celebrate the excellence of America in Costa Mesa. So with that, I'll leave the teaser and end my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up from District 6 is Councilmember Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Costa Mesa. Just 2 quick things. First, I seem to have lost my audience of Newport Harbor parents. I was hoping to share a few pearls of wisdom, but it's probably a good thing because my wife told me not to embarrass my daughter, who was here helping hand out some of those certificates to her classmates. But the good news is Newport Harbor High School baseball won their CIF championship, so we'll have them back, and I can prepare for that. And then secondly, I wanted to, I think Councilmember Chavez had just mentioned, thank the Costa Mesa Goat Hill Lions Club and Estancia High School golf for putting on the tournament at Costa Mesa Country Club yesterday. It was always a great and fun event. I'm sure the mayor will have more to say about it. But I just wanted to thank those folks for putting it on, and the Perry family in particular. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next from District 3, our Mayor Pro Tem, Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't plan on saying anything tonight. And then when we got up here, I saw that we had a letter from the president of our sanitary district thanking some of the city staff members who participated in the Costa Mesa Sanitary District City of Costa Mesa inaugural shredding and composting event last Saturday, June 11th. And so from Bob Booten, the president of the sanitary district, your assistance helped make this inaugural event a huge success. Nearly 700 vehicles attended the event to discard and shred unwanted paper and or collect bags of compost that was produced by CR&R's anaerobic digestion facility. Last Saturday was a great demonstration of how the city and Costa Mesa Sanitary District can work together. And it is addressed specifically to Ed Avila, senior maintenance worker, Henry Granados, senior maintenance worker, Greg Gonzalez, senior maintenance worker, Juan Santos, maintenance supervisor, and our own Raja Sathuraman, public works director. So shout out to city staff for supporting that event. Much appreciated, and always nice to get letters from other agencies talking about how wonderful and supportive our staff were. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, now it's my turn. Thank you very much, council and the public, for all the comments. I'll try to be brief. Just a few things to report. I went to a great event on Sunday. Sunday was Juneteenth, and Deborah Wondercheck, who was here to receive our Juneteenth proclamation at our last meeting, and then her daughter Cara performed, but Deborah produced this wonderful event at the Musco Center, very professional. It was called Gospel Voices of OC. And I was able to go to it. It was fabulous. Cara was a soloist. And so it was really great. And then they have something coming up. So Deborah, as we said last time, she heads this group which is based in in Costa Mesa, the Arts and Learning Conservatory. And that has an upcoming event, a production, this weekend, basically. It's actually starting on Thursday. I'll give you the dates. It's The Lightning Thief, a Percy Jackson musical, and it's right here at Costa Mesa High School. And so the dates and times are Thursday, this coming Thursday, the 23rd at 7 p.m., Friday, the 24th at 7 p.m. Saturday, they have a matinee at 2 and a showing at 7 p.m. And then Sunday, a matinee at 1 and a showing at 6 p.m. So tickets are anywhere from $15 to $25, and you can buy them at artsandlearning.org/theater-productions-1. So please check that out. I did play in the Lions Club, the Goat Hill Lions Club golf tournament, and I can tell you that I play in a number of tournaments throughout the year, and there's nothing quite like a Perry family golf tournament. Art Perry has it down to a fine science, and he's been doing it for many years. I love playing in his tournaments. And Rachel Perry, his sister, is terrific at getting the enthusiasm up and getting all kinds of sponsors and getting the whole community involved. So it was a great community event. It was good to see a number of teams from the city, including our PD. One of the PD teams was 18 under, so that's pretty good. But believe it or not, the winning score, and I do say believe it or not, was 23 under. So sorry for the team for the PD. You did well. I wasn't anywhere near 18 under. So that was a great event. And we also did an auction at Newport Rib Company. And thank you to the Newport Rib Company. We had the dinner there afterwards. And it was great to be back there inside in that kind of jammed into that room. It got a very pre-pandemic feel to it, which may be good or may be bad. I don't know, depending on your perspective. But it just seemed like old times to be there. Thanks again to the Ursini family and the Newport Rib Company for always stepping up for the community. And so that's all I have to say about the golf tournament. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We did raise money for the John Altabelli Foundation. We all know that Coach Altabelli coached for 27 years at Orange Coast College, and he tragically perished along with his wife and his daughter in the Kobe helicopter crash. So we raised some money for that family. So that was great to be able to do that. I'm pleased that we're almost done with the project, Raja, on Randolph. I was driving around there today. It's all striped. It's like the last cherry on top of the sundae is to get the light going, which is really great. And then Raja and I have talked, and so be prepared, because if you go down Randolph now, you will see absolutely no parking. There's no vacancy on Randolph where we built those, and that's because we haven't implemented 2-hour parking. We're going to implement 2-hour parking there, and we're considering, and we've talked about. I've talked to Raja about doing at some point meters, but for now 2-hour parking, because doesn't appear like there's flow. It appears like people are parking there and leaving their cars there for an extended period of time. But it's beautiful from a public services standpoint. Everything looks beautiful, and I'm glad that it's close to complete. Wonderful job. And then finally, as Councilmember Chavez teased, we're going to have, this is going to happen between now and our next meeting. We don't have another meeting until July 19th. So think about this. The fair will be going on July 19th, not on our Tuesday meeting because they're not on Tuesday, but that's how far away we are from our next meeting. And in the interim, on July 3rd at the fairgrounds, we're putting on our big Independence Day celebration. It's going to be the biggest one that we've ever had. We're expecting anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 people. We're going to have the Tijuana Dogs. We're going to have two other great acts, Tijuana Dogs being the headliner. We're going to have hot dogs and all kinds of stuff to eat, beer for the adults, and then bring your family, bring your lawn chairs, bring your blankets, because we're going to have the best fireworks show that we've had in the great city of Costa Mesa in the last 30 years. Legal fireworks. Sanctioned, carefully created with all the necessary fallout area. Legal fireworks show. It's going to be about a 20-minute show, and we haven't had anything like this for, like I said, about 3 decades. So we're really excited about that. Everybody come. It's did I mention it's free? Free of charge, free attendance, free parking, and anybody can come from anywhere just to have a great time and have a great time with the community. So thank you for everybody who's working so hard on that in the Parks Department, the City Manager's Department, the PD, the Fire. Everybody's stepping up to make this a great event. Public Works, of course. So thank you for that, and I'll see you all on Manuel Chavez Day, July 3rd, 2022. That's all I have. City Manager, do you have a report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Glad to be here this evening via Zoom. Just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight for you and for the community. First and foremost, I just want to say how excited I am that we are going to have the July 3rd event. My first day with the city was July 1st of 2019. And 2 days later, we were having a party. And I knew then that Costa Mesa was the right place for me. And so I'm really happy that we're able to get back to having the July 3rd event. It's been 3 years. And I know how much the community loved this event. So super excited to be able to enjoy that again. And thanks to our Parks and Community Services team, Fire, Public Works, PD, City Manager's Office, everyone who's been involved in putting that together. And Mayor, thank you for your leadership to make this happen as well. So really excited about that event. We know that summer has officially begun today. June 21st is the summer solstice. So we're really happy about the fact that we'll also be bringing back concerts in the park. And so we'll have a full schedule of concerts in the park this summer. As you know, the pandemic put a damper on our popular music series. It was canceled in 2020. We had only one show last year. We're back to having 3 this year. Fairview Park starting on July 12th with Redneck Rodeo, followed on July 19th with Stone Soul, and finishing up on July 26th with the always popular Tijuana Dogs, who will also be at our event at the fairgrounds on July 3rd with the fireworks. So we encourage you all to enjoy this great summer tradition in Costa Mesa, and so glad that we're having these events back. But we did want to have one cautionary tale, and that is to remember that in Costa Mesa, we can only have safe and sane fireworks only. And so with 4th of July fast approaching, we want to remind everyone that Costa Mesa is a zero tolerance city for illegal fireworks. If fireworks can leave the ground and explode in the air, they are illegal in Costa Mesa. So again, if fireworks can leave the ground and explode in the air, they are illegal. Selling illegal fireworks is a felony, and possession or use of illegal fireworks is a misdemeanor punishable by fines. They're dangerous and harmful to humans and pets, so please be a good neighbor. Don't set off illegal fireworks. Come to our July 3rd celebrations that you can enjoy safe and sane fireworks. that are sanctioned and appropriately sectioned off and authorized and certified. We want you to enjoy the holiday, obviously, but to enjoy it safely. And then I also wanted to talk about rental assistance. It's a topic that's come up frequently at our council meetings and also meetings that we've been having with a variety of different community residents over the past month or so. And so we're really happy that we've been able to bring something on the agenda this evening that will expand our rental assistance programs if approved by the council. And so just wanted to remind everyone that assistance is still available. If you are struggling and in need of assistance, whether you are an individual or a family, we have 3 providers that have joined with the city to be able to provide those services. We also have information available in Spanish and English on our website. And all of these providers have bilingual staff to be able to assist. And so please contact our office or go online to receive this information. We want for you to be available for receiving this assistance. We are expanding eligibility criteria to provide more assistance in terms of time frame, dollar amounts that will all be discussed this evening. And of course, I wanted to thank the staff in the city manager's office, Nate, Lori, and Alma, and Evis, and Sergio for having the booths outside right before this meeting to allow for folks to start filling out applications and signing up. We'll also have additional services that we'll get into at that section of the presentation. And then last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our Economic and Development Services team. This is a department that has been tasked with many major projects that are really important to our city and to our city council. Just at the last planning commission, they brought forth 2 retail cannabis operators. And so it's the start of this new industry in Costa Mesa that we're hoping will generate more revenue for the city and diversify our sales tax base. And so we have created a new website for anyone who's interested in finding out about our cannabis program that's a resident or a community member. We have a lot of good information here about the process. It's a very lengthy, arduous process in terms of all of the different checks and balances to make sure that we have safe and legal cannabis in the community as approved by almost 2/3 of the voters. The department's also been working on our state housing requirements and the regional housing allocation. The update of our housing element has been instrumental in getting small business grants to the community during the worst part of COVID. And they're still doing a lot of great day-to-day work. Just last week alone, I just wanted to share some statistics. They had 201 requests for building permits, 11 appointments for building inspections, 91 visitors to planning on-site, and 17 code enforcement inquiries. It's a lot of work for this department, and they're filling some of the vacant positions and are doing an extraordinary job trying to keep up with the demand and also with these major projects. So they're a busy group. And I just wanted to thank them for all that they do. I know they're appreciated by all of us. We're thankful for the great work that they're doing. We'll be implementing some process improvements to streamline some of our processes to provide even better customer service. But I just wanted to thank Jennifer Lee, Scott Drapkin, and the team for all of the great projects that they're working on, which are high profile, very time intensive, and while they manage the day-to-day. So thank you for all of that. That's my report.
All right, thank you very much. So, City Attorney Barlow, do you have a report?
I only want to wish everyone a happy summer solstice and Day of Music.
What was the second thing?
It's International Day of Music.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll try to work that into the meeting. Okay. So, what's that? Do you have a request? I guess we did start that way.
Yes.
Thanks to Commissioner Vivar. Okay. Anyway, so the consent calendar is our next item that we're going to take up. The consent calendar items are routine and they're handled without discussion in one motion, unless somebody from either the public or the council or staff pulls the item, and then we address those individually and we move the rest of them in one motion. Madam Clerk, has anyone pulled any of the consent calendar items?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, excellent. Okay, then I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Motion to approve, right?
Yes.
Motion to approve, second?
Yes.
Okay, call for the question.
Just 1 minute, please. We're having a technical difficulty right now. So let me
Okay,
just-
take your time.
Let me just clear one thing here. All right, let's do this. Okay, and we can vote with your machines tonight.
Yep.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, excellent. Okay, so we're on to our public hearing items, and it's 7:06, so we have a fighting chance of being done on the longest day of the year before, while the sun's still up. What do you think, team? Can we do it?
I'm like,
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, would you please read the item of our first public hearing item?
Thank you. This is the Business Improvement Area BIA reauthorization resolution to levy the annual assessment. Report by Ms. Reyes, Assistant to the City Manager.
Ms. Reyes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight before you is a public hearing item to adopt a resolution declaring the intention to levy the annual assessment for fiscal year 22-23 for a business improvement area covering certain Costa Mesa hotels and motels. Joining me tonight is President from Travel Costa Mesa, Paulette Lombardi-Fries, who will share Travel Costa Mesa's highlights with you later in this presentation. Excuse me. On May 17th, 2022, City Council adopted a resolution to set a public hearing as well as approve the annual report and received and filed the financial report submitted by Travel Costa Mesa. The BIA is currently comprised of 11 participating hotels that each contribute 3% assessment based on the sale of overnight stays. The participation to the BIA is voluntary. However, each year staff notices all hotels and motels, both participating and non-participating, about the public hearing and their opportunity to join the BIA if they so wish to. For fiscal year 22-23, we're proposing the 3% annual assessment, which is collected from the participating hotels. 99% is transmitted to Travel Costa Mesa for branding and marketing efforts to promote tourism in Costa Mesa, and 1% is retained by the city for the administration of the BIA. Since 2014, Travel Costa Mesa has also supported city signature events such as Art Venture, Snoopy House, Concerts at the Park, and many more, as well as supporting community-wide marketing efforts to promote the city and all it has to offer. However, due to the ongoing pandemic, and for these marketing efforts, which approximately we budget about $164,000 annually. However, due to the pandemic, there has been some significant impacts to the Travel Costa Mesa operating budget that have resulted in the suspension of the community events budget. So the city has absorbed that within the operating budget in the past 2 years. The pandemic has had significant economic impacts on the hotel and leisure industry, and although travel is beginning to pick up, it's at a much lower rate. So at this point, Travel Costa Mesa had proposed to forego reserves to fund the $164,000 for citywide events. Instead, tonight staff is proposing the use of ARPA funds to fund these activities. Like I said, tonight we have President Paulette Lombardi-Fries, who works tirelessly with her team to promote the city and all its outstanding amenities and attractions that it has to offer. And through the pandemic, Travel Costa Mesa continued its strong efforts in marketing, media, and communication relations and group sales. And now to hear more about these year's highlights, I will turn it over to President Lombardi-Fries.
Ms. Lombardi-Fries, you have the floor.
it is great to be here in person versus last year on Zoom. So thank you for having me back. Alma, I wasn't sure if we were going to play the video. Okay, so I have prepared a video which isn't the entire fiscal year because, as we know, it ends June this month. So it is a collection of roughly 8 months of what we've done. We start putting together our report in February. We finish about March so that we can process it, put it in video format, and of course the written report that you received back in May. So just keep that in mind as you're watching this, especially the first minute or two, because it does give you a highlight of what U.S. Travel Association has been sharing with us as it relates to the travel and tourism industry throughout the country, but also some Visit California information also is in that. And then lastly, we get to what Travel Costa Mesa has done. So this is what we've done, and then I'll speak just a little bit to what we're looking forward to as travel and tourism gets back online. Alma, if you want to start it.
Costa Mesa is low-key one of the best food destinations in Orange County. The creativity at the restaurants here is out of bounds, and no matter where you pop in, you're gonna find something you haven't eaten before. I literally have my top spots to satisfy my appetite for each meal of the day. So if you're looking to do an eatcation here in Costa Mesa, then walk with me. I got you for the whole day.
name's Nathaniel, and I'm here to share with you some of my favorite happy hour spots in Costa Mesa. I'm a chef and consultant based here in Southern California, and Costa Mesa is one of my favorite cities to meet clients and unwind after a long day at work. So come on, let me show you around. Here we go.
To offer in the city of Costa Mesa.
Oh yeah, you do. And it's kind of like, it's smallish. It doesn't feel like quite like a city, but it is a city, you know. And having that green area, like that little river or lake area, is really cool, because I think about all the people doing conferences. And when we were at the Marriott, Winston was saying they are coming back, you know, conferences and business retreats and meetings. When you're in a conference, you need to get the hell out of it once in a while. You need to run to the park. I'm just saying.
Sandra is continuing her Rediscover California series today. This morning, Lucky Duck, she is exploring Costa Mesa. And the first stop, apparently, this urban oasis that we've been understanding is the most Insta-worthy kind of spot you could find.
It is, Michaela. Good morning. Look at this babbling brook right here. We are in Costa Mesa rediscovering gems throughout the Southland, and it is more glorious in real life than on Instagram or in pictures. But you want to practice your leap if you come out here, because there is so much to see and do. And check it out on Instagram. We are at a public garden right here in Costa Mesa. It's from Isamu Noguchi. And it represents all the elements of California. You see a desert scene right there. And let me bring in Jenny from Travel Costa Mesa, who could tell us all about this amazing place.
Before I just give you a brief snapshot of what we're so excited to get into this new fiscal year, because things are improving. So we are ecstatic that business is coming back. We're not quite where we were back in 2019, but we're going to get there. So having said that, I really want to thank our mayor, John Stevens, and Lorianne for sitting on our board, because they truly have such inspiration. They collaborate with us. They give of their time. And that means the world to us because we love selling this city, and I have a tremendous team that works hard, and just to have them be a part of that is outstanding. So I just want to formally thank you and Lorianne for being a part of it. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you coming to all of our meetings, listening to what we have to say, and most of all, your comments. So as we look ahead, a few things that we're going to be working on this upcoming fiscal year is a new branding video because it's time. The last one we did was in 2018. We are looking forward to the opening of the Orange County Museum of Art right at the Arduous Plaza and Segerstrom Center for the Arts. We are working very closely with their PR team as well as the people, their director of sales and the like, because that has been really something that we've been waiting for, and it just gives even more credence to our arts and culture and that vibe that we have in this city that so many others, when they're visiting other cities, come to our city to experience. So that is going to be a phenomenal event. The grand opening is on October 8th, but they're going to have pretty much an entire week of people visiting the Orange County Museum of Art. So more to come on that. We'll be doing a meetings guide for our destination sales executives. So when event planners come out, they not only know what's here as it relates to hotel and space, but also offsite venues, which is tremendously important to those that visit, and especially to those planners that really want to know what does Costa Mesa have to offer and why should we come to this city versus our neighboring city. We have a Costa Mesa Ambassador program, so we're going to bring that back, but it's going to be different from what we've done in the past, and that's really for frontline workers at our hotel partners, but also those at South Coast Plaza that want to join us, or the Lab in the Camp, Triangle Square, any employees or associates that work at these establishments that really want to know more about the city as they have that interaction with guests. We want everyone in the city to be an ambassador. And what we had been finding over the last few years is, you know, with turnover and things that change, we want to be the ones that really share with them what the city of Costa Mesa has to offer and be that resource for them. Of course, websites in terms of updates and refreshes, that goes without saying. We continuously add to that, so we'll be doing more of that in the upcoming fiscal year. And then digital ads for meetings as well. We hired our destination sales executive 2.5 months before the pandemic started. And she has been with us ever since, but she's been doing a tremendous job, has a lot of contacts throughout her several years that she's been working in the industry. So we have a little bit more support for her role. So having said that, I would love to hear any thoughts that you would like to share with me or anything at all. I'm here to listen.
Okay, great. So council, do you have any questions of Ms. Lombardi-Fries or of staff? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I have, this is probably a bit of a long shot, but I'm just curious since it's been in the news recently. 2026 World Cup coming to the United States, games in Los Angeles, and then of course 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. Is there opportunity for us there? And I know it's years away, but I'm curious what you're thinking. You're nodding, which gets me excited.
It is not years away. I cannot believe how quick time is flying. But a couple of years ago, we have gotten into the mix as it relates to the Olympics. So we already have our hotels in position, and they have committed a certain amount of rooms to host teams and guests. So that will absolutely be done. In terms of the 2026, I don't have enough information on that, but we do partner with the Orange County Sports Commission. So they'll have some more information relating to that. But they're a great partner of ours. And whenever there is rooms to be had and events in the general Orange County area, we're all over it. So yes, we look forward to both of those.
I'll throw out an idea to, and maybe our Parks Director, and you can chat about the possibility, an exhibition game or sort of training game, if we could get one of the teams down to Jack Hammett for a even practice ahead of World Cup games. That would be a huge win. That would be exciting.
That would be. And I know the field will be available too.
Right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other council members? Any questions or comments?
Well, it's
Mayor Pro Tem?
It's the Nerd Olympics, but I know the Solar Decathlon's been going to be held here as well. So that's another opportunity to partner with the.
Yes, I was part of that site visit a couple of years ago with Michelle at the fair. So
excellent.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a, thank you for recognizing that Lorianne and I are on the board. It's really a pleasure. It's a fun thing to do. And so it's not breaking rocks to be on that board because we're talking about a fun thing. We're talking about promoting the city that we love, that we live in, that we evangelize outside of Costa Mesa, throughout the world. And I just have one question for you and request is, you may have heard earlier, we have the July 3rd event coming up. So if you could help us promote that and get that out to people, I think that would be good for the community and get a chance for more people to come in within the community and outside the community to enjoy the city.
Absolutely.
All right, you're the best. Okay, now then we have to go to public comment if there's no other questions. Okay, we'll go to public comment. So I'll open up public comment now on this item. Anybody inside the chambers? Anybody? I don't see anybody coming up. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Maurice Mandel, please.
Mr. Mandel.
Good evening, Council. Oh, wait, I don't know how to turn my camera on, so I guess you get to see my name. I just wanted to make a brief comment about the question that was posed about participating somehow with the Olympics, because I've attended several Olympics, both as an observer and as a worker. And I can tell you that hotels servicing visitors to the Olympics in Orange County will be wanted, okay, even if all the venues are located in Los Angeles County. In 1984, we had the Olympics in LA County. We had venues in Orange County. I believe we had equestrian events, cross-country events in Orange County. And so the people that go to visit these things are willing to drive easily the distance from Orange County to Los Angeles. So Orange County hotels promoting their availability during the Olympics is very good for business.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion. Councilmember Reynolds?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you second that?
Second.
Okay, good stuff. Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to be heard on the motion?
I think the video speaks for itself. Thank you for your work. I'm excited for what you're working on this year.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was struck by that one stat on the video that's 2 years from now, 107% increase in travel tourism. So to think that it could, reach 2019 levels again and then be 7% more is really exciting. So we'll have another conversation later about TOT and other things when that 107% happens. But thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's like I said, it's wonderful to be on the board, and it's wonderful all you're doing for the city, and I appreciate it. And thank you to all the hotels that participate in the BIA. So let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So our next public hearing item is public hearing item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is an introduction of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 3, parking by permit only of Chapter 11, stopping, standing, or parking restricted or prohibited on certain streets of Title 10, Motor Vehicles and Traffic of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to residential permit parking. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Works Director.
Director Sethuraman, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Jennifer Rosales, our Transportation Services Manager, will be making a brief presentation. She'll be participating by Zoom, and then will be available to answer any questions you may have. With that, Jennifer?
Wonderful. You have the floor, Ms. Rosales.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, so I know it's loaded on Director Sethuraman's computer. Great. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, I'll get started. Some background on this item. At the May 3rd City Council meeting, City Council approved the revised residential parking permit program guidelines and policies, which are included in the staff report in attachment 3. In addition, City Council authorized staff and the City Attorney to initiate amendments to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to incorporate these proposed changes to the program, and then return to City Council for approval through a public hearing process, which is today's the first reading of that ordinance for this hearing process. In addition, City Council approved in concept the implementation of an annual residential parking permit fee with an escalating rate structure and a discount for qualifying low-income residents. The proposed fee rates will be reviewed and considered by City Council at a future meeting date and tentatively scheduled for the July 19th City Council meeting. All right, next slide, please. The guiding principles that went into the development of the residential permit program are shown on the slide, which include equitable access, sustainable solutions, and efficient program management. Next slide. Key features of the new program include the residential permit program areas to be limited to those areas experiencing external parking impacts from areas such as commercial areas, neighboring cities, including Newport Beach and Santa Ana, from the OC Fairgrounds, and then from other recreational areas. The new program does not propose any changes to the current petition process and staff review process. All housing types within the impacted areas are eligible for permits. This is consistent with the Attorney General's opinion number 14-305, which states, in issuing long-term residential parking permits, local authorities may not distinguish among residents based on the type of dwelling in which they live. The new program key features, it's one permit per eligible driver, and an eligible driver is a Costa Mesa resident on a permit street with a valid driver's license and a vehicle registered to the same address. In addition, key features of the new program would be to have an annual permit parking fee with escalating fee structure, and again, with discounts for qualifying low-income residents. All right, next slide, please. So the proposed amendments to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code pertain to Title 10 for the residential permit parking program. This is for the parking by permit only, and in concept requires the payment of related fees to be adopted by the City Council, again at a future meeting. All right, next slide, thank you. The residential permit parking services, we're proposing an amendment to the existing professional services agreement with Dixon Resources Unlimited, who conducted the parking study for the residential permit program. Their original contract was adopted by City Council in 2020, and their services will be needed for the implementation phase of the program to support the transition and implementation of the residential permit parking processes, to provide guidance to us for the new permit fee structure, also to ensure a seamless integration with existing parking technologies and implementation of those technologies, and then also to manage an extensive public outreach and education campaign that will be needed for the implementation of this new program. Right, next slide, please. For fiscal review, the funding for the new residential permit parking program was approved in the 2022-23 budget, and the funding of the proposed amendment to the professional services agreement with Dixon is included in that budget for the residential permit program. Right, next slide. So staff recommendations recommends the City Council introduce the first reading, this ordinance to approve this code amendment amending Article 3 of Title 10 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, to approve Amendment number 3 to the professional services agreement with Dixon Resources Unlimited, increasing the maximum compensation by $60,950 for implementation of the parking program, and to authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the amendment and future authorized amendments to this agreement. With that, are there any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm looking at the red lines to the proposed ordinance on page 4, talking about the application for permit and action therein. So I think I heard you say just now that the registration of the vehicle needs to match the address. Does the name on the registration need to match as well?
That's correct. The eligible driver, their registration needs to match the vehicle and as well as their address on their driver's license.
So what happens if my car breaks down and I borrow my grandma's car for 3 months? What's the process?
That's a great question, Councilmember Marr. In our parking program, that's one area that we can set up, work with the software program to see if we can provide an option to trade out the vehicle. That's something we can definitely look into in the implementation process with the software program that gets implemented.
I did notice that we had specifically banned the transfer. So I guess I'll just cut to the chase. So my overall concern, though, is the way the ordinance is written right now with the specificity of what's required and the lack of transferability, that we might be making it really difficult for people who have maybe an unstable or uncertain vehicle situation, but who are nevertheless residents who need to park on their street. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have enough flexibility built into the ordinance that we can actually accommodate those kinds of scenarios without being punitive.
Councilmember Marr, that is a very, very good point. And I would defer to our city attorney to incorporate language where we could provide that flexibility.
And thank you. I apologize, staff. I didn't catch this until I was looking at it about an hour ago, or would have said something.
Mr. Mayor, if I
can
can
just
add to that too.
Yeah, if I could just jump in quickly. With respect to the ordinance, if the council would like to add that to the ordinance, you can give us that direction, and we'll include that when it comes back to you for second reading. But it'll be part of your action tonight to introduce and give first reading.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. That was my only question.
That was a good question. Director?
Yeah, so Mayor Pro Tem Marr, yeah, we do encounter situations like that even when we were implementing the previous program. So we sometimes one person would have registration for 3 or 4 cars for the entire family. So we have that kind of situation too. So we have worked with residents in understanding those kind of situations and accommodating them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it's both when the vehicle may change in or out, or the drivers may change in and out, right? But we need to be able to accommodate both of those situations.
Yeah.
Right, the most common thing is kids of driver age. Yeah, and that's kind of the circumstance you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad we can handle that. Okay, any other comments? Yes.
Sorry, just add one more nuance
sorry.
to that. No, it just, so similarly, kids, if you're talking about go to college, register to vote, where they're going to college, their driver's license is also not necessarily going to match their parents' place of residence either, right? So I don't know. The more I think about it, the more scenarios I can dream up where we're just making it really hard for people who are trying to park their car near their house.
But we do have wiggle room and discretion in those circumstances.
Mr. Mayor, our city attorney will work with accommodating those in the ordinance.
Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Harlan, you had a question or comment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions for Ms. Rosales. The second one may need some input from the city attorney. So I heard you say, Ms. Rosales, very clearly the definition of eligible driver, but I don't see that listed here in the definition section or elsewhere in the red line version. So is that part of our code elsewhere, or do we need to include that?
Councilmember Harlan, that is a very good question. And I'm looking to see if in the guidelines we actually had the definition. So in the guidelines, we do have permit parking per eligible driver based on verification of residence and vehicle registration. So that is in the adopted policy and guidelines.
Okay, but that doesn't, it infers that it's a resident of Costa Mesa, but it doesn't say it explicitly.
Councilmember Harlan, we'll work with the city attorney to put in language and put in that definition.
Okay.
So that it's clear.
Yeah, and I think based on some of the comments from Mayor Pro Tem Mar too, we may need to, I don't know, modify that. I'll leave that for later. And my second question, I recall when we last considered this, Ms. Rosales, there was a chart that included comparison of other cities. And if I remember correctly, every comparable city included some form of permit fee. Am I right, or am I remembering that wrong?
Councilmember Harlan, that is correct.
Okay, and so I guess my question, Ms. Barlow, just for clarification for folks who have some concerns about fees, a permit fee like this is not unusual. It's within our authority and it's consistent with other fees that we require for this type of activity.
It is. This is not a revenue generating fee. This is simply a fee that is intended to recover at least part of the cost of administering the program and issuing the permits.
Okay, that's all. All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like we're going to be asking staff to look at this and with some clarifications. So there were two questions I had. One, maybe another scenario to add to the list. It wasn't clear to me how we would treat a situation. What are we, 2/3 renters in Costa Mesa, and you know, lots of different movement. So someone moving into a new rental property in an area that has a permit parking program, just was wondering how we accommodate sort of the period between sort of moving in and getting their permit to make sure that folks aren't getting tickets in the couple days that they've moved into a new place. I don't know if you have an answer for that now, or are confident that's accommodated. Great. Otherwise, please let's make sure that we're not creating unnecessary hardship there. And then a clarification. Let me find the right language. Where is this? On page 3 of attachment 1, where we talk about guest parking permits, item B2. When I first read this, a parking permit holder may receive up to a maximum of 100 guest parking permits per year per dwelling unit. I read that as 100 per permit holder, and they could have multiple dwelling units. I think the intent is a cap on the guest parking permits per dwelling unit. That language wasn't clear to me. If legally it's clear, great. Otherwise, if we could clarify that, that'd be great. Can you confirm, though, that the intent is a cap of 100 guest parking permits per dwelling unit, regardless of the number of permit holders?
Yes, Councilor Reynolds, yes, that the 100 is per unit, per dwelling unit. So okay. It's not per person, so it's per household or per unit. So that's the intent.
Okay.
With respect to being flexible with respect to people moving in, We have worked with them providing a lease document that shows that they are leasing from that landlord. And also sometimes we have accommodated where we provide some guest parking for them in the interim while they get the required information to us.
Got it.
So
Okay. Is the intent that the people can apply for the permit program online, or is that something that they have to come into City Hall for?
So Councilor Reynolds, the intent is to initiate this to do online.
Great.
And we'll also be available to help at the counter, but we want to push as much online as possible.
Great. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on council have any questions? No? Okay, then that's great. Let's open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chambers wish to talk about this item? Yeah, we have a translator down on this side. So today, if we need translators, it'd go on the side that's my left. I don't know whether I could never figure out whether that's stage left or stage right, but it's that way.
My name is Patricia Colleen.
Soy un residente de la ciudad de Costa Mesa desde hace 11 años.
I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for 11 years.
Y mi pregunta es sobre este proyecto que tienen.
My question is about this project that you have.
Es nuevo para mí y la pregunta para la persona que lo está manejando es si en una casa, porque esto es sobre zona residencial, si hay 5 familias, van a dar, dependiendo de los carros que haya en esa residencia, ¿no tiene límite?
This is something that's new for me, so this question is for the person that's managing the project. In the case of a home, in the case of a residence, let's say in that residence there's 5 families. I mean, depending on how many cars those families have, is there going to not be a limit on that?
Y si no lo hay, ¿cómo lo piensan manejar?
And if there isn't one, how are you going to handle that?
Es mi pregunta, quería saber nada más una respuesta. Si me la pueden dar ahora, si no para el próximo meeting.
That's my question. I just wanted a response. If you can answer that now, if not for the next meeting,
I will be here.
I will be here.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
A usted.
Does anyone else from the chambers wish to speak at public comment? Okay. And then, but let's keep that question in mind, staff, and get that answered when we conclude public comment. So then what about on Zoom, Madam Clerk? Do we have anybody who wishes to speak?
Yes, Maurice Mandel, please.
Mr. Mendel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm looking at a black screen with my name on it. It's unfortunate. First of all, it's my opinion that any vote on this is premature because there hasn't been a study. There hasn't been a study of what's going on in the city because the study that was conducted didn't include the entire city. I submitted a 5-page written comment, which I understand is going to be part of the record, analyzing what was reported in the Daily Pilot after the last time you had a hearing on this, and my analysis of the documents that I was able to get off the internet today. The Dixon study only looked at what was going on in the north side and the east side. There were never any surveys taken on the west side. Nobody asked us what our problems are, and we have serious problems. We have the misfortune or good fortune of living in an area that's across the street from the blight of Newport. You know it as 880. It used to be the Coronado. It used to be the Oakwood. It's basically populated with the remnants of the mosh pits from punk rock bands and other people. We have the sirens coming over daily for Newport Beach Fire and police, okay? That's not city council's problem, okay? But it is our problem because these people don't want to pay for parking. And in fact, 880 doesn't have enough parking for the 1,500 apartments that are located in this city block. Okay. And then, by the way, I've lived here for 31 years across the street from it, and it's gotten worse. But what I noticed, because I did attend one of the meetings that the Dixon Company put on about their survey, is that one size is not going to fit all, okay? Because the problems that we have, where we have high density apartment housing, which was mentioned to constitute 2/3 of the properties in Costa Mesa, are completely different from our problems. I heard people, and I haven't seen anything mentioned in the survey about these comments. I heard people commenting that commercial vehicles parked on the street from the residents in the area are being shuffled, and their places are being their empty parking places are being replaced by other personal vehicles, which are then moved when the people get off work and they bring their commercial vehicles back. They didn't say if these were painters' trucks or gardeners' trucks or what. I don't know what they are. It's not a problem that I have in my area, okay? But I can certainly empathize with people, and I believe Mr. Chavez's comments in the pilot were reported. People have to walk many blocks to get to their own homes. They can't park close enough to their homes. I don't see anything in the plan that says you can't have a permit for a commercial vehicle. Commercial vehicles shouldn't be permitted at all. They should be excluded. Okay.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's your 3 minutes, but I did appreciate the letter and I read it. Thanks. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. There was a question that was asked by one of our public commenters, the first one. And so can we get an answer to that?
So, Mr. Mayor, in our fee schedule that you'll be hearing at the next meeting, which was considered at the May meeting, we went up to 4 permits. We listed the fees for up to 4 permits. But however, I didn't think that was an intent of limiting to 4, but that's something that can be added, that when we come back with the fee structure too, that the limit can be up to 4. But we leave it to City Council discretion if we want to restrict the number.
When would we do that?
At the next meeting, we'll be coming back with the fee also, along with the second reading.
Tonight's not the time to restrict it?
You could direct us to put that in the ordinance.
If I may, the draft ordinance provides that the number of permits issued to any one resident may be set forth in the city policy. We don't have to put it in the ordinance. We may be bringing back a minor amendment to the city policy with your second reading of this ordinance to make sure that staff has adequate flexibility on some of these issues. But if the council wants to set a limit, the guidelines would be the place to do it, or the policy.
Okay. And what does staff think about that? Do you have a position on whether we should have a limit or whether it should be simply based on the criteria of you have to have a car and you have to have a valid driver's license?
Mr. Mayor, I think having a limit would make sense. I think we had before of 3 permits, so I think we should look into that.
Okay, so you think 3 is the sweet spot?
We could go up to 4. That's kind of what we had in our feast schedule.
Okay.
So when we come back, we can discuss that.
And that's something for us to consider at the next one?
At the next meeting.
Okay, fair enough. You have questions of staff?
I have a motion.
Oh, you have a motion? Oh, good for you. That's awesome.
I have questions.
Okay, so Councilmember Chavez has a motion. What's your motion?
Just to get on the table, I want to move staff recommendation with President Thames Mars and Member Harlan's comments for the new second reading. So.
And what is that exactly?
They raised concerns and staff said they could address it in second reading. So I didn't take exact notes of their exact concerns, but Member Mar mentioned specifically the issue of registration tied to a name.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. So the issue of making sure that so we know what the motion is.
So allowing staff some flexibility for considering the registration name and the residence.
Yeah. Those circumstances and scenarios that we talked about earlier will be incorporated into the ordinance.
And
Okay.
the-
Staff understands what the motion is?
The definition of driver slash Costa Mesa resident.
Correct, yep.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, of course.
I'll second for discussion, but I do have a question or two of staff before we get to the motion itself.
Okay, seconded by Harlan.
I'll second there.
Okay.
So my question relates to some of the comments that Mr. Mandel raised, and I did in fact read his comments, which I think he raises some very good points. And he's correct, we are kind of extrapolated this program based on some smaller study area. And I think the intent is to really just have permit parking in impacted areas. So we've set out the guidelines. I don't think a full citywide survey was necessary. And clearly we're going to have folks who are going to apply for these permits in areas that we think they are eligible. So my question though is about the commercial vehicles. Do we address that in some way already, or does it need to be addressed in this permit parking program?
So Councilmember Harlan, the commercial vehicle, if it's not registered to the owner of that residential unit, they won't be eligible for permit. But also, there are only certain types of, not every commercial vehicle is eligible for permit. They have to be a legal vehicle that can be parked on the street.
Okay. All right. So I don't know, is that an issue citywide or in specific districts where we're having more commercial vehicles parked in what are residential areas that would be eligible for permit parking?
Ms. Rosales, I'm not aware of any. I don't know if Ms. Rosales can answer that too.
Yep. Thank you. Councilmember Harlan, I'm not aware of any issues in specific areas as well.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, so, yes?
I do have one more comment.
Okay.
Which is, regardless of what we ultimately adopt, the key and I think critical piece here is going to be enforcement. I mean, we hear that with all sorts of programs that we adopt, and especially from residents in my district who want to see a fair amount of enforcement on a range of topics. So I just want us to be comfortable with whatever program we have. We devote those resources to enforcement, and whether that's reflected in permit fees or some other mechanism, that's something that we should consider.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, I do have one thought here. Getting back to the comment about potential for like 5 different families or members of a family unit to all need parking permits. We carved out multifamily as it relates to coming up with a petition in the first place. I asked staff to potentially bring back to us a proposal to have more than 3 permits per household, given certain caveats or circumstances, right? So either in multifamily or sort of proof of number of residents in the household, or some way of making sure that we're doing it for people who need it and not across the board. If I remember the Dixon presentation, we don't want to start handing out 12 parking permits to every household, or it defeats the whole purpose of this. But I need us to also give grace where there's circumstances where people fundamentally need it. So that's one more thing to kind of think about and potentially amend in the guidelines moving forward.
And if I can,
Yes, of course. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. No, and I think Member Harlan and President Myer raised good points, right? You know, this began in my district for the fact that there was an inequity in the way permits were given, in that only streets that had entire single-family housing could get access to permits. And that's really where all this began. And I think as we're developing this program, we're kind of facing new challenges and new perspectives. And I think these are very appropriate questions to ask. So I just want to echo the fact that I do agree with Senator Harlan that when we do roll out this program, there's going to be an expectation that we are enforcing the program. Otherwise, there's no point having the program to begin with. And I do, again, want to reiterate the point that President Mar made, which is there are going to be some families that are going to need some leeway graces. You know, I think she did an excellent job of pointing out the issue with registrations, because I was a former college student 5 years ago, and I can tell you that my car was not under my name, even though I was paying for it until a year after I got my job. So for that time period, I couldn't get a permit, even though at the time I lived with my dad on Rutgers Street, one of the most impacted streets in all Costa Mesa in District 5. So I just want to highlight that as we're ironing out the details, the final details for the second reading, we're doing our best to ensure that we're being equitable, and we're doing our best to ensure we're able to follow through with the promises we're giving our residents. That being said, I do want to reiterate the appreciation for my residents in my community that have faced this systemic issue of not being able to access permits. And I think having a proper guideline that's reflective of the state constitution and reflective of the real needs of the community will be a good thing for us in the long run. So thank you.
Yeah, so I support the motion, but I do think my only comment is, I did read Mr. Mandel's letter, and thank you for that, Mr. Mandel, and for your comments as well. And the one thing that I think we need to be careful of is that there is, and we've talked about this council's talked about it, the prior council's talked about it many times, there is a responsibility of the single-family residential owner to park to the extent that they can on their property. And I mean, you know, it's, of course, I live, I suppose, in a glass house in the sense that most of the time I can fit one car in my 2-car garage, but then I have a place to park outside. And so that, I think, if we clear out our garages, that would be one good thing. And then in terms of multifamily, it's the responsibility of the, in part, if there's carports and things like that, then it falls to the resident, but it also falls to the property owner to make sure that they have sufficient parking for the residents. And one of the things that Mr. Mandel posited was the idea of, especially in this area, and we're talking about it all the time, of trying to get more units, that he was concerned with, that there would be a motivation to cram units in and in lieu of parking and to reduce the parking. And I don't think we don't allow that in terms of new building, but it's important that we have some type of enforcement mechanism to make sure that multifamily property owners and landlords are not are allowing and creating an opportunity for their residents to park, and it doesn't fall on the street. So anyway, I think that's what I support the motion. I think it's fine, but I think that was a reasonable point in the letter, and I think we should be mindful of that going forward. And whatever we can do to encourage people to be responsible in terms of parking on their property, I think we should do it. Okay, call for the question.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I've got to get in here now.
Oh, okay. Did I spark something?
No. I wanted to remind us, one thing I really appreciated about the consulting team's recommendations and the way they've structured their recommendations is that they've designed this program for adaptability. So the fees are collected, as our city attorney mentioned, to cover the costs of enforcement. That is a critical component here, but also of monitoring. So, you know, as she said, there's a whole menu of solutions we can pursue. There's lots of different scenarios that we can consider. The plan they proposed was their recommendation on the data collected, but part of that plan is the ongoing monitoring and ability to adapt the program as we encounter new circumstances, or, you know, there could be side effects of the policy that we put into place. So I just want to sort of emphasize that, you know, that adaptability part is important, and as much as maybe it's a little bit different than typical ordinances, so let's make sure that any language adjustments really accommodate the ability to adapt as we learn. But I don't want us to stress too much about getting it 100% perfect, because there's so much that we can't predict. It's great to think of these different scenarios, but recognize that we'll have the ability to adapt as we go. All right, thanks. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, good. Are you good? You're good? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, excellent. Great job. You guys want to power through, or do you want to break? Power through. All right. So let's go to new business item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is approval of amendments to citywide rental assistance programs funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Presentation by Mr. Nate Robbins, Neighborhood Services Manager.
Mr. Robbins, it's a pleasure to have you here, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, Honorable Mayor, members of council, the item you have before you tonight is an update on the City of Costa Mesa's rental assistance programs. So I thought I'd start off with a little bit of background just to give us an idea of how we got to where we are today. Of course, we had the pre-pandemic economic burst, if you will, just prior to the pandemic. So in 2019 and the 10 years preceding, there was actually a huge, again, economic burst that allowed the rental market to just go through the roof. Because of that, in January of 2020, the state of California imposed a 5% plus CPI cap on rent increases that could happen twice within 12 months. So if you're doing the math, that's 10% a year plus CPI. That law included what they know as just cause evictions for non-payment of rent, as well as some exemptions for buildings that were undergoing substantial rehabilitation. So again, a tenant that wasn't paying rent could still be evicted based on the law from 2020. And then buildings that were undergoing substantial rehabilitation could then, after the rehabilitation was done, raise the rents to fair market rents. What that did is actually created a little bit of a conundrum for the landlords, because you have landlords that need rental revenue to continue to operate the property, but they were being told that they could only raise the rent twice a year. So instead of some landlords potentially not raising the rent for years, would on schedule every 6 months begin to raise the rents. And what that actually created was higher rents instead of lower rents. So families were actually being economically displaced because of these almost guaranteed rental increases every year. Fast forward 3 months, which is kind of ironic that 3 months before the pandemic, they put this cap. But in March of 2020, obviously, the COVID pandemic hit, causing housing, food, and income insecurity, which obviously resulted in the inability of tenants to be able to pay rent. Low vacancy rates, we've heard figures 1.9% in Costa Mesa. I've heard, 2 and change in Costa Mesa, but all that to say it's very, very low vacancy rates in the city of Costa Mesa, plus these higher rents that landlords were charging, obviously results in the inability to secure and maintain housing for our Costa Mesa residents. Thankfully, the City Council stepped up. I applaud you all for doing so, adopting a citywide eviction moratorium in April of 2020. And then just a couple months later, in October 2020, and then again in June 2021, the council allocated a total of $842,321 in CDBG, which are HUD Community Development Block Grant COVID funds, towards rental assistance. In that same vein, the City Council allocated a total of $300,000 in November of 2020, and then about a year later, for again a total of $300,000 in an additional funding source, home TBRA funds, for additional rental assistance. We'll actually give you the totals here. So if you look at everything all combined, I know looking at a bunch of numbers on screen can be slightly confusing, but this first column here is the award amounts. So you see we have 3 service providers, Spin, Families Forward, and Mercy House. They received $457,000, $55,000, $330 roughly thousand respectively, for a total of $842,321 of CDBG CV funds for rental assistance. Again, like I spoke of earlier, in November 2020, November 2021, Families Forward was given $300,000 in home funds for a total allocation of rental assistance funding of just over $1.1 million. So again, we applaud the council for that. The next column is the expended amounts. So if you look at this column here, you can see that spin is expended just under $240,000, Family Forward just under $9,000, Mercy House just over $308,000 for a total expenditure of these CV funds of $556,870. And then Families Forward, the home TBRA program has only expended $26,000, just over $26,000, and we'll get into some of the reasons why. For a total expenditure, again, this is money that's gone out the door to provide Costa Mesa residents with rental assistance, rent relief, $583,144. And then this last section here, this last column is the remaining balances. So of course you have award, expended, remaining balances. So spin has just over 200,000, Families Forward just over 46,000. This cell here, this Mercy House cell is highlighted because they've almost expended all their funds. And the reason why that's important is they're the only provider to serve individuals. So we'll actually have a recommendation here a little bit later in the presentation to accommodate that. A total remaining balance of $285,451 in CDBG CV funds, and a total remaining balance of home funds of $273,726 for a total remaining balance. This is money that we can provide to Costa Mesa residents in the future, as in right now, moving forward, $559,177. And then this last column is just when they all expire. These can all be expired via amendment, so the expiration date isn't a huge issue here. Okay, so rental assistance accomplishments. This number up here, this 583,144, is actually just taken directly from the last slide, so it's total expenditures across all rental assistance programs. You divide, well, not yet, we changed it. So the average rent per household, right, this is the money that's gone to the landlords for rent, $5,315 per household, right? We've assisted 82 total households across all programs, which represent 216 individuals that make up those households. We thought it was important to give you guys the expenditure ratio. So this money, this 583,144 up here, is broken down into these two categories here. So support staffing, that's administration of the program, and that's the support services that go along with rental assistance. The beauty of these programs and the beauty of our service providers is they don't just pay the rent, right? Their job is to help this family even beyond when the rental assistance stops. Not directly, but give them tools and resources to be able to increase their income, to lower their housing costs, all these things that they work with households to be able to then sustain themselves after the rental assistance ends. Because what good is rental assistance if as soon as it ends, the family's right back in the same situation? So $147,000 just over goes to staffing, with $435,896, which is represents 77% of all expenditures, goes directly to rent. So again, the vast majority of these funds is going directly to pay the rent of the households that are enrolled in the programs. As with any program, anything we do at the city, we always want to know how we can get better. So when we hear feedback from our providers, our service providers that say that there's barriers, when we hear feedback from the community, when we hear feedback from anybody really about our program, we love it because it gives us an opportunity to elevate the system and elevate the way that we deliver these funds. So in order to enhance our rental assistance programs, we're going to take a three-pronged approach. We're going to expand eligibility to increase the pool of residents that are eligible for the programs. We're going to enhance outreach to the various communities citywide. And then we're going to potentially, with the council's approval, increase funding to be able to prolong this rental assistance program and help as many families and individuals as possible. So how do we do that? So the first thing is eligibility. When the programs were first created, as we spoke about some of them several years ago, they were created right in the middle of the pandemic. So the way that those programs were designed for, again, right in the middle of the pandemic. So people potentially being, losing their jobs, becoming homeless, right? So as we look at these eligibility criteria, it's not that they were wrong. It's just that we're in a different time now. So we've looked back, we've looked at the HUD regulations and requirements regarding these funding sources, and we saw that we can actually expand eligibility to, again, make more people in the city eligible for these programs. So just really quickly, because we could go over each one of these and spend 20 minutes on them, but As far as the CDBG CV funds, 80% AMI. AMI stands for Area Median Income. So 80% of the area median income for eligibility, that's not changing. The original program had 3 months max assistance and a $6,000 cap, whichever came first. We're waiving the cap and expanding the term of assistance to 6 months, which again, I just want to reiterate, all these changes are per HUD rules and regulations. So all we're doing is expanding to what they allow. The original program required a direct COVID impact, so you had to have gotten COVID and lost your job, essentially, or had a family member that lost their job to be able to be eligible. We're waiving that and saying that whether it's you got COVID and you lost your job, or again, based on HUD regulations, if you were to become homeless, you would then be at a greater risk of COVID. So providing people with eviction prevention is just as important as providing people that have lost their jobs because of COVID. So again, expanding that. And then, of course, what it's available for. Originally, gap rental assistance and rental arrears, exactly the same thing. We're just adding eviction prevention because the moratorium, as you know, has been lifted. So on to the home TBRA program. So existing eligibility for the home TBRA, the existing eligibility, 50% AMI, so lower than the CDBG. We're actually recommending that we bump that up 10%, again, widen the pool. The original program was a max of 3 to 6 months of assistance. HUD regulations allow for up to 24 months of assistance. The initial program said that the money was only available for a deposit and rental assistance. We're actually broadening that for deposit rental assistance and gap rental assistance, which includes both a brand new unit, so moving into a unit, or staying in your existing unit. And then last but not least, the home TBRA program required that you were homeless locally and that you had a 36-month prior residency in Costa Mesa to be eligible. Of course, that created barriers for eligibility. So all we're saying is that basically everyone, whether you're homeless or at risk of homelessness, which means at risk of eviction, is now eligible. And the only ties you have to have are live, work, school, which is a short way of saying you live here, you work here, you have kids that go to school here. So that's what we're proposing for eligibility to expand. Next, I have my colleague here, Ms. Reyes, who will speak about the community outreach efforts enhancing that.
Thank you, Nate. Consistent with the feedback that we received from Council members Chavez and Councilwoman Reynolds, and also our residents and local community organizations, the Constituent Services team has been working diligently in developing strategies to expand and enhance our outreach efforts. Those efforts include targeted redistribution of our Spanish and English program flyers, social media posts and impressions, specifically on Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, Nixle, and other sources. We've also started filming Costa Mesa Minutes, or as known in Spanish, El Minuto de Costa Mesa. We've done a couple episodes that will be airing soon that will be providing our constituency for information on the rental assistance programs that the city has to offer. Also, part of our efforts has been to target certain events that are happening in the community, one of them being the English Learner Advisory Committee. ELEC had an event at Costa Mesa High School. Our team was present with a table and with information and made a lot of contacts with our residents, explaining to them of the opportunities when it comes to rental assistance, and then informing them as well as the other service providers which were also present at these events. Same with the Paularino Elementary Open House. This presented us with a great opportunity to get in contact with the parents at that local school and share this information with them. Wilson Learning Center had a 2022 promotion ceremony, which our city manager attended, and Councilwoman Reynolds. That also provided our team an opportunity to make those contacts with those residents. And in addition to all of that, we have been working with our local community organizations to disseminate this important information, make sure that we get it to the right hands. Those organizations include Save Our Youth, Wilson Learning Center, Las Promotoras from Costa Mesa, Think Together, Melinda Hoag Smith Center for Healthy Living, our school district, NMUSD, Project Hope Alliance, Latino Health Access, Human Options, and Resilience OC. All of these partners have also contributed a lot of feedback to us, information, provided ideas, which have led us to future events that we are currently working on. These would be
provided in the coming weeks. We are planning to host 3 resource fairs during the summer. The first one scheduled in July. These resource fairs will include partnerships with local nonprofits and service providers that touch on issues as far as employment, housing, domestic violence, health, and other topics that are important right now with our constituency. Also including to our efforts will be community workshops. The first one will be to address concerns and answer questions regarding to fair housing, legal aid, and rental assistance. So we'll be working on scheduling those dates and ensuring that we promote those adequately so that everyone's well informed and can participate in the process. Also, our team will also be considering any upcoming events such as the Mission Mendoza Cleanup Day. We intend on attending and being able to provide information on the rental assistance programs, as well as facilitating any conversations with our providers and our constituents. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions when it comes to the outreach portion, and now I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Thanks so much. So I just want to make a quick comment, really. You know, we reached out to the service providers based on some of the feedback that we got from the community, from you all, and they were amazing. They responded immediately. They were on board with making any programmatic changes that needed to be made. And I just feel so blessed and lucky to have such an amazing group of service providers administering our rental assistance programs. That being said, all 3 providers were out in front of City Hall today before the council meeting, providing resources, answering questions, even beginning enrollment for residents that had questions or that were eligible. So big, huge kudos to them for being here. Not to mention, part of the outreach that we did to our providers was to ask them how they could change or enhance their programs to be more available for Spanish-speaking residents, really anybody that's underserved, right? And so every one of them responded immediately and said that they would be willing and able to make changes right away. Mercy House said that they have actually reassigned the lead of their rental assistance program to be bilingual, and then they also changed the voicemail so it's English and Spanish. Spin basically said the same thing, that they would change their calling number to go to an extension that's in both English and Spanish. And while Families Forward didn't have an exact thing that they would do, they said they're fully open and they're discussing ways that they could enhance their program immediately. So all 3 providers on board with that. Okay, so now the fun part, the money. So again, like we spoke about before, we do have some funds remaining. But if the council so chooses, there are some other available funds that we could add to the program to continue it on even farther. So this is the exact same chart that you saw from the previous slides, except for these yellow boxes. The yellow boxes highlight some additional funding, and then of course this bottom one's the new potential total. So this new funding, the $62,312 here, is actually unallocated CDBG CV funds. So the city received a certain amount of CDBG CV funds that were allocated to programs. This 62,312 was never allocated on purpose to hold back for an instance exactly like this, to where we could use it to plug into our rental assistance program. And like I mentioned earlier, for Mercy House specifically, because they're our only provider that assists individuals, and they're almost out of their money, as you can see the line directly above that. So staff is recommending that we allocate this 62,312 to Mercy House so that they can assist some more individuals in Costa Mesa. And then at the very bottom, the second to last line, we're recommending that the council direct staff to create just a new rental assistance program with flexible eligibility using our American Rescue Plan Act funds. So $500,000 in ARPA funds, plus 62,000, just over 62,000 in CDBG CV funds, would bring our remaining balance of rental assistance to the citizens of Costa Mesa at $1.121 million. Plenty of money to help just about anybody that needs help, and we're confident that we can get a provider in here to run that program amazingly and help as many residents as possible. And so here's the recommendations. Staff recommends that council would approve amendment number 2, which is attachment 1, to the subrecipient agreement with Mercy House Living Centers, increasing their compensation by $62,312, for a total not to exceed amount of $392,633 for program administration of the city's CDBG-CV rental assistance program for lower income households with children. Recommendation number 2 would be to appropriate an allocation of $500,000 in American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds to augment the HUD-funded rental assistance program for Costa Mesa renters and required ancillary services, if eligible, from this or any other federal or city available and eligible fund as needed. And last but not least, authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute any new agreements and any and all amendments to existing agreements for the augmented ARPA funding for the rental assistance program to assist Costa Mesa renters to overcome housing instability. And with that, staff is here to answer any questions. We actually have Executive Director of Mercy House, Larry Haynes, here as well to answer any questions on Mercy House's behalf. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. So, council, do you have any questions for either staff or Mr. Haynes? Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for this thorough and really in-depth presentation of what we've done, what we're doing, and what we could do further. I had really one question. And it's more of a clarity question. I'm not sure how we did this, but why did we have separate buckets for individuals versus families?
So the service providers are the ones that respond to RFPs that we release with what's eligible for them. Mercy House typically can serve families as well, but they responded to the individual RFP, and then Families Forward and Spin responded to the family RFP. So it's really just comes down to the RFPs that we send out and what's available, and what their capacity is to assist, who they specialize in assisting. I think with Families Forward and Spin, because they focus specifically on families, Mercy House was brought in to assist the individuals.
Got it. And again, I do want to commend them for doing a good job of dispersing those funds. That was something that really caught my eye, and I'm really appreciative of them for our community. And I was wondering why they were limited to only single families. I have one general question, and you don't have to answer if it's too uncomfortable, but in your experience, is it harder to contact families than individuals for rent relief? Because I feel like there's a big disparity, and I'm not sure why the disparity exists between individuals versus families.
I don't know if harder, I mean, maybe I wouldn't describe it as harder. I think, anybody that is having trouble paying their rent, that is in some way, shape, or form, maybe they heard about it from a family member. I mean, again, we have 3 providers. They can call the city at any time to get referred to those. We have, obviously other departments and divisions that are out that know about the programs, code enforcement, folks at the senior center. So there's a lot of places for the word to get out. It wouldn't necessarily be harder for anybody to contact and be enrolled in the program.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you say, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I just jumped in.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So we'll go with Mayor Pro Tem Myer and then Councilman Reynolds. Go ahead.
Can you say a little bit more about how the deposit funds will be used, allocated, administered?
Sure. So deposits are one of the eligible expenses of the funds. There's no necessarily a specific cap for that. It's just part of the rental assistance, which is why we thought it was important to remove that $6,000 cap. If someone pays $3,000 for rent and they need a deposit, that's 1 month's rent and the deposit, and they're done. And we felt like it was better to remove the cap, and the specific language in the amendments to the agreements is that the assistance is necessary and reasonable. So it's up to each provider to develop a plan for each of their enrollees to determine what they need to be self-sustainable and what they need to get over that hump to be able to pay their rent and pay their bills and buy food. So it's part of the overall assistance that's necessary and reasonable.
Okay. We had previously talked about, specifically rental assistance programs tending to be very limiting and only applying to new. And that chart that you showed was very helpful to understand kind of like what the programmatic differences are. To what extent do you think, is there any need, or there's going to be those sort of more creative applications for funds, right? We've loosened the caps, but the scenarios that don't quite fall into traditional rental assistance or necessarily deposit assistance. How confident are we that there's sort of some room in the rules to accommodate what the problems that we're seeing in the market?
Yeah, I think a lot of the issues had to do with potential issues anyways. HUD's limitation on like fair market rents. So a lot of the barriers have been waived by HUD so that now these providers can pay some elevated rents, like we're all facing right now in this market. I've actually managed rental assistance programs in the past and now here, and the programs that we're setting up with these broadened eligibility factors are going to hit 90+% of the people that need the assistance. And not only that, because we've learned that our providers are so willing and able to come in and change programmatic issues, if there is anything that arises, we'd be more than willing to take a second look, make any adjustments that need to be made. But I'm confident that just about anybody that needs help can fit within these eligibility criteria.
Excellent. And then last question, to what extent have we considered working with the property managers or property owners rather, who have a lot of the higher density multifamily in the city? While they might be legally allowed to raise rents at regular intervals, it would seem to be, behoove us to like work with them proactively to create scenarios where people weren't being moved out of their housing for no reason, or I'm not suggesting funding go to like the landlords, right? But we're only working with one side of the equation. So how do we work with the other?
It's a good question.
You don't have to have an answer to that. It might be a theoretical one.
If I may jump in, I think it's part of our education and working with our landlords and also, apprising them of the information that we have regarding rental assistance programs. If they foresee that, they may be experiencing issues with code enforcement, if they know beforehand, then we can provide that information and help those tenants that they currently have in their properties. So I think it has a lot to do with education.
Yeah. Okay.
The other thing too is, if I could just jump in and kind of help with this question, is the apartment association. There's a contact that I have there, and I was actually meaning to send his contact information to you so you can incorporate it into your presentation. I dropped the ball, but he is very interested and willing to work with staff and collaborate and cooperate, like Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting, so that we're talking to both sides and everybody involved in the situation.
Mr. Mayor, I could just offer something up too, that as part of our outreach, we can provide information to tenants for Legal Aid Society, which provides assistance, especially in wrongful eviction and wrongful rent cases. And also the county fair housing group. There are actually a number of countywide organizations, nonprofits, that can assist tenants in that area. And I'm sure we can incorporate that into our materials.
Okay. No.
Are we good?
Yeah, thank you.
We're good. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent report, and I really appreciate seeing the adjustments that we're making in different areas to both improve and broaden outreach and increase eligibility and really respond to what we're learning are barriers. I just want to mention, I think it's a really important comment we heard earlier from Mayor Pro Tem about, what I also don't have a suggestion in terms of specific solutions, but, thinking about what we can do in terms of the landlord side. We know there are good landlords and bad landlords and everything in between, and we want to, as much as possible, encourage good landlord behavior so that we can keep people housed, and I think keeping occupancy, I think, is valuable for them as well. I have the summary of feedback that we received from the Resilience OC team. I'm assuming you guys have seen this summary as well, and just wanted to touch base on a few questions that came up here. They provided some input on specific barriers that residents were running into. Are the adjustments that you described directly in response to these barriers? Okay, good. And then just sort of thinking about keeping up that feedback loop. There are some suggestions in here that I thought were really good about getting data on when residents contact these services and get denied. Do we have sort of a process to get data on that from the providers who are receiving funds? Because I think that's really important data to hear back on at some pretty high frequency.
Yeah, we're going to begin collecting that data.
Good.
Most of the providers said that they didn't necessarily have to turn too many people away, but the ones that they did were, just basic eligibility issues that we've since corrected with these updates.
Okay, that's really good to hear. And one of them they mentioned was, availability during business hours. I didn't hear that in the list, but I'm assuming that that's accommodated for.
Yeah, the service providers' business hours themselves may not change, but what they're doing is implementing Spanish and English voicemails. I think the problem before was that they would call after hours, hear the voicemail, maybe potentially in English, not know what to do. Mm-hmm. So all the providers are changing that so that if people do have to call during after hours, they'll at least know what to do.
Got it. Okay, thank you. There are a number of suggestions here. I know we've ramped up a lot of the outreach, and this is an area, the folks who need this help the most are the ones who are sort of usually least able to get to a specific meeting in person, right? We have to do the hard work of getting out into the community. Just wondering, we have a number of vacant part-time community services positions. Is there an opportunity to try to use some of those positions for more in-person outreach? I'm looking at some of the suggestions here, being at the local swap meet, engaging at local churches and with local faith groups, places. It's a lot of work and a lot of time to be there, and I'm wondering if we could utilize some of those positions for that additional resource.
So, Councilmember Reynolds, in response, yes, our team, our constituent services team, the city manager's office, we've already been developing a strategy in efforts to be able to deploy, employees to different events, whether it's from our constituent services team, city manager's office, and also working with our providers to help, develop workshops, if it would be on a Friday evening or Saturday morning, to tailor it to our community needs. So we do have a list of events, and we have been in partnership with Las Promotoras, are very active in our community, and we'll continue to be close in contact with them and work together. Okay. And with the other nonprofit groups that we already are in communication with.
Great. Okay. I would certainly be in support of expanding that resource if we found that there was a need there. There's a question here about eligibility for undocumented community members. So we know we got some data on this through the recent census work, and we know from personal experiences, right? We've got lots of mixed families, families where children are citizens but their parents are not. How does our eligibility apply in those scenarios?
So none of our service providers check for immigration status. As long as the family can provide some form of identification, some form of income verification, right? HUD requires 2 forms of third-party verification. As long as they can provide that, and they meet income eligibility criteria, they're eligible for all these programs. So again, none of our providers are checking for immigration status.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you. And then another thing I was thinking about in terms of closing the gap between need and existing resources is, again, through the landlords. I remember when COVID first hit, I don't know what rule it was, but there was some required reporting. I think it went straight to the mayor of any layoffs, right? So if there were certain layoffs in the city, like employers were required to report that. Is there any requirement, or could we make one, or would you recommend for or against a requirement where we get reporting on evictions? It's a piece of data that I feel like we're missing in terms of what's happening in our city, and that would be really valuable for us to have. And one of the examples that we heard of during our last meeting was sort of an eviction situation where there wasn't a sort of loop closed in terms of information those tenants should have gotten. So is that a possibility, or could we look into that?
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay. I think that would be really helpful in terms of us having data about what's happening in our city. And on a similar vein, could we include requirements, whether it's, an annual requirement that landlords provide information about the Fair Housing Foundation, or that information like that is provided with a lease rental agreement? Just, I think it'd be really helpful to look into ways like that, that really is a sort of comprehensive approach to getting critical information to tenants.
That's a great suggestion. One thing I thought of just a second ago from Mayor Pro Tem's question earlier about engaging the landlords, the beauty of Fair Housing Foundation is they're a mediator. They don't choose sides, so they do both landlord and tenant workshops. So we could have Fair Housing Foundation come give a landlord workshop, which provides them with the rules, the things that they can and can't do regarding eviction, raising rents, thus making them good landlords because they know the rules. So we will definitely include that as part of our workshop lineup for the landlords. But yeah, outreaching to the landlords, I think what we're going to find is that, just like you said, there's going to be good actors and bad actors, and I think the good actors are going to engage the city, and they're going to be willing to provide the information to their tenants, and we'll probably have a group of them that don't want to talk to the city, and they don't want their tenants knowing what's going on. So I think walking that line and providing as much information as possible, workshops via FHF, Fair Housing Foundation, I think are all great steps to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, and we just need to make sure. I've heard mixed reviews on Fair Housing Foundation. I think I attended one workshop once. I thought the workshop was great. I learned a lot. I was one of 2 people there, right? And I was just there for sort of interest purposes. So, but then I have heard sort of mixed reviews in terms of the support people have gotten on that. So I do want to kind of keep a close eye, but making sure we don't just have those resources, but those resources are accessed and beneficial, I think is our next challenge, present challenge.
I'm going to jump in here just because, so just to clarify a few things, I think our focus initially will be on making sure that the rental assistance funds that you have appropriated are tonight, the additional 500,000 will be RFP'd, and we'll be able to either expand the existing contracts with Mercy House, Families Forward and Spin, if they so choose to compete for it, or that you authorize tonight that we can amend those agreements, which is in the language, or with other providers. That's going to be our emphasis up front. I'm just a little leery about us jumping into an education role on matters that, quite honestly, we as staff are not experts on. And so I'll rely on Kim to kind of guide us on the things that we can coordinate, but the things that we really should not, as we do not have those resources or, quite frankly, that level of expertise. We'll facilitate conversations and we'll look at ways that we can work with landlords, et cetera. But if the intent really is to get this money out to families that need it, that's where we're going to put our focus first and foremost. And we'll look to see what else we can provide within our legal boundaries and our scope of work, and actually what our strength is. I don't want us veering too far away from our expertise or our skill set, or trying to understand the law in areas where that's just not what we're capable of doing at this time. So just wanted to clarify that, as I get what you're saying. We want it to be a full A to Z, but there are probably likely other partners that need to partner with us on that back end. So the focus is really going to be on getting the rental assistance out.
And I'll just clarify my comments. I agree 100%. We want to get that assistant out. I think a lot of the outreach that you described we're doing now and overcoming the barriers that we've learned about is about getting that money into the hands of people who need it to stay housed. I'm not suggesting that we create our own educational systems. I'm looking at ways we can make sure that we're making the connections that in some cases still aren't being made, and using what, levers we have to, be more efficient in getting broad coverage on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan, do you have any questions or comments? You don't have to, but.
I'm not. In fact, I was going to say that people have been waiting patiently here in chambers, and I want to hear their input, so I'm going to refrain from any more questions.
Well, I want to hear their input too, but I'm going to still ask some questions. Okay. I just heard what the city manager said, and I've come kind of full circle, and I tend to agree with her in the sense that I'm going to say a few things in a second about how we can address it. It's like the education piece is an interesting thing. It's like, well, we want to go out and also what Councilmember Reynolds said, I think is probably spot on. It's like, let's have a seminar and let's invite renters to learn about their rights. It's like, okay, please. I mean, that might help a little bit, but what do they really need to know? They need to know who to call. And that person that they call should be a lawyer, okay? And those lawyers need funds. Trust me, they need funds. And even if they're volunteers or even if they're nonprofits, they need funds. So I think that one of the things that they're doing in Irvine is providing funds. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about CBDG money that we tabled, and that was kind of the impetus to come back here. Maybe some of that's available. Maybe some of our, as we saw here, we were able to redirect some ARPA funds. In Irvine, the proposal is to have some gap funding to support legal nonprofits, specifically legal aid. I was just at an event last Thursday for the Public Law Center, which, by the way, was in the city of Costa Mesa on Scenic at the Turnip Rose. Their largest department at the Public Law Center, they have 50 lawyers, full-time staff lawyers, and hundreds of pro bono lawyers. Their largest department is their housing department, dealing with exactly these issues. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to create a department within Costa Mesa. The resources are there. All we need is to connect the people that need the resources with the resources and help to fund those resources. So what I would like to see, this is what we're going to talk about this, but I really don't want to lose that thread. That's important because there's a tremendous imbalance in this area. Landlords have lawyers. 90% of all landlords that go to court go with a lawyer. 10% of tenants have lawyers when they go to court. There's tremendous disequilibrium. There's a tremendous imbalance. And it can only be brought into equilibrium and fairness and justice if the renters have access to good, competent legal counsel, and it's out there. We just need to connect our people in Costa Mesa with those resources. So that could be a challenge for another time. I know that that's not this. But now I want to hear from the public. Okay, so let's open it up. And I'm not, I don't know, you may have a comment, but I'm not asking you to comment on that. Okay, let's hear from the public.
City Council. My name is Roberto. I'm with Resilience Orange County, and we've been here since 4:30, trying to share. Thankful for the resources that you all had outside. But it's, I love the move that you all are making, right, in terms of wanting to make these resources accessible. But after a culture of not making that accessible, I think that there's fear and misconfusion about the rental assistance program and how it was. In our conversations with residents, they talked about having friends or neighbors, talk about the requirements being a barrier. So there's buzz in the community about, well, why apply to the rental assistance program if I'm going to be denied? So I think trying to make that shift is going to take some time, you know? So at least our organization is doing our part to make sure that folks are applying, and we're changing that culture of like, no, the city is here to support you, right? So I also wanted to mention some of the outreach strategies. I know y'all don't like me talking about y'all's like, you know, failings or mishaps or just like gaps, right? But I just gotta say it because the community is here, right? They just mentioned in terms of like making it more accessible. The service provider is only working Monday through Friday, 8 to 9, or, you know, your usual hours. So on weekends and evening hours were requested from the service providers to be able to, for folks to reach them. They agreed with the community members that we're talking with, the group of folks with the mailers. I know you all talked about sending mailers at the last city council meeting, so they agreed with that. Send the mailers out, please, and promotional material. Make sure that it's in Spanish. Make sure that you all have printed flyers available here for community members to pick up, as well as orgs. I have 1 minute left. They also mentioned partnering with the school district. Community forums in Spanish throughout the city of Costa Mesa, especially with high areas of concentrations of the Latino residents. We saw your El Minuto video. We liked it. We just want more in terms of how about provide an example of how to navigate the city's website on the rental assistance, animating a conversation between a resident calling the service provider, information and documentation applicants should have ready. What to expect during their appointment, what's next, other frequently asked questions. We also wanted the city to do a self-assessment of its outreach strategies. Oh my God, there's so much here. Some questions. How many eviction notices have been given to Costa Mesa residents since 2020? What are the average rents and how often do they?
That's it. You bet. Thank you. Okay. Whoever's next up has the floor.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Iris Zuniga.
La pregunta es, las rentas están subiendo mucho aquí en Costa Mesa. ¿Qué medidas podrían ustedes tomar para aplicar para que ya no suban tanto?
My question is, the rents have really been going up quite a lot in Costa Mesa. What measures can you guys apply so that they don't go up so much?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't have dialogue with public speakers.
Esta no es una conversación, sino que comentarios nada más de público por ahora.
Ah, ok.
Oh, okay.
Ajá. Entonces, no viene que pregunte cuál es el porcentaje legal que se puede aceptar para que suba.
So then it's not the time to ask, like, up to what percentage is it legal for those to go up, for the rents to go up?
Right. We don't have, we don't go back and forth with the public speakers.
No es el momento.
Mayor, can we get the name and number of the member here that's doing public comment for us to be able to follow up with her later?
Sure,
Disculpa,
of course.
el nombre de usted y su número, luego podemos dar seguimiento y darle una respuesta.
Ah, muy bien.
Si nos da su nombre y su número.
Área 949.
Perdón, 4. ¿Área qué?
949. 307. 7491.
It's area code 949-307.
Wait. Stop. All you do, just, if we could just get a card or a number and we'll follow up.
Usted nos deja su nombre y su número, ¿ok? Si nos puede escribir en un papelito su nombre y su número y luego le dan respuesta. Y que pase el siguiente comentarista.
I can interpret for her. She's very nervous.
Oh, I'm here to interpret. I'm paid by the city,
Okay,
so.
ella va a traducir por usted.
Me da la pluma,
Okay, so it's
señora,
okay.
disculpa. Okay.
we got her information, and now
Ya tenemos
everybody-
la información. Okay.
we have the next speaker that wishes to speak.
A la
We've
siguiente
got our
persona por favor.
Mi nombre es Gabriela Serrano.
Mr. Herrera.
My name is
We're good.
Gabriela Serrano.
Ella
Yes.
es mi hija y está en la high school también de la Costa Mesa.
She's my daughter. She's also at Costa Mesa High School.
Por los altos costos de las viviendas me he quedado sin empleo y no puedo pagar y estoy viviendo en un hotel.
Because of the high cost of living, I have lost my employment and I'm living at a hotel.
Y pues quería ver que también no fueran tan exigentes en los requisitos para que poder aplicar, que todos alcanzáramos la ayuda que están ofreciendo.
And I also wanted to see if there was any way to be less demanding with the requirements so that there was a way, to be able to reach this assistance that's being offered. I think that would be all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Disculpe, doña, señora, perdón, soy Manuel Chavez. Si es posible, ¿le puedo dar su número de contacto a Alma Reyes? Por favor, si podemos, le vamos a asistir con lo de la vivienda.
Why don't we just do this? Anyone who wants to have a follow-up from staff, give your name and number to Ms. Reyes. And after your public comment, or you don't even have to make a public comment. Okay? Ms. Trejo, you have the floor.
Señora Trejo tiene la palabra.
Gracias. Creo que yo ya no tengo que dar mi identificación, ¿verdad?
Thank you. I don't think I have to identify myself, right?
You do not.
No hace falta.
Bueno, pues para el señor que estaba hablando aquí sobre lo de las ayudas, ¿cómo se llama su nombre?
Well, for the man who was talking here about the assistance, what was his name here, this gentleman?
Mr. Robbins.
El señor Robbins.
Me hubiera gustado que él también estuviera allá afuera hace rato para que tomara las encuestas de la gente que estaba de la comunidad.
I would have liked him to be outside earlier so that he could survey the members of the community.
Es una sugerencia, ¿verdad?
That's a suggestion, right?
Nosotros le traemos la gente, que no se preocupe por buscarla.
We'll bring people in. Don't worry about looking for them.
La otra es de que el mes pasado vine para hablar de un abuso que están cometiendo una compañía en Mesa del Mar.
Last month I came in to speak about some abuses being carried out by a company, Mesa del Mar.
No sabemos si ustedes le están dando seguimiento porque esta compañía sigue abusando.
I don't know if you're following up on that because this company continues to commit abuses.
Aquí tenemos gente que vive en esos apartamentos.
We have people who live there at those apartments.
Pero tienen tanto miedo de dar la cara y de dar su nombre por temor a ser desalojados.
But they're scared to show their faces out of fear of being evicted.
Están pagando $3,500 de renta.
They're paying $3,500 in rent.
Pagando ya basura y agua incluida.
With paying trash and water included.
Hay gente que escuchó de los servicios que pueden tener jurídicos.
There's people who heard about the legal services that they can have.
Y ellos están muy interesados de tener ese apoyo por parte de ustedes.
And they're really interested in having that support from you all.
Por favor, vamos a estar en contacto con ustedes.
Please, we'll be in touch with you all.
Para que puedan hablar con esas personas que tienen miedo de dar la cara.
So that you can speak to those people that are afraid to show their faces.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mi nombre es Coral Clipán.
My name is Coral Clipán.
Estoy aquí para apoyar a mis compañeras como promotora que soy.
And I am here to support my community as a promotora and my fellows.
Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you very much for everything.
Okay. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes otra vez.
Good afternoon once again.
Soy Patricia Colín.
I'm Patricia Colleen.
Solamente quiero ofrecerme como voluntaria para la señorita Almas y el señor Roberts.
I just wanted to offer to volunteer for Ms. Alma and Mr. Roberts
Para accesar toda esta información a la comunidad. A mí me gustaría estar involucrada para que no solamente la comunidad de habla hispana, sino también la demás comunidad, porque somos una comunidad y todos, no nada más la comunidad hispana necesita ayuda. Si ustedes ven en Costa Mesa Bus, hay mucha gente que se ha quedado sin hogar o está a punto de quedarse sin hogar, y no nada más es la gente de habla español.
I want to be able to give access, to this information to all of the community. I would like to be involved, not only for the Spanish-speaking community, but also for the community as a whole, because we are a community. And it's not only the Hispanic community that's needing help. If you look at, Costa Mesa Bus, there's a lot of people that are about to become homeless or are already homeless. So it's not only the Spanish speakers that need help.
Es mi ofrecimiento que les hago. Puedo dejar mi número de teléfono, mi información. Gracias por todo.
That's my offer, and I can leave my name and my number, and thank you for everything.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Gracias. Madam Clerk? Go.
Adelante.
Go ahead, sir.
Adelante, señor.
Hola, mi nombre es Miguel Colín.
Hi, my name is Miguel Colín.
Aquí estuve hace 2 semanas.
I was here 2 weeks ago.
Hablé referente a la persona que gana $16 la hora y más o menos di un presupuesto cuánto le quedaba a la semana, no sé si recuerda.
I was talking about the person that was earning $16 an hour and more or less the budget every week. I don't know if you guys remember.
Voy a hablar de mí.
I'm going to talk about myself.
Por una semana gané la cantidad de $700 con $7.18 de 4 días.
For 1 week, I earned $707.18 for 4 days.
Son los lugares que trabajé Fountain Valley, Hampton Beach y San Clemente.
These are the places I've worked: Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach, and San Clemente.
So, el 5/31 del 22 gasté $80 en gasolina.
So on 5/31/22, I spent $80 on gasoline.
El día 6/3 del junio a $70.
6/3/22, yeah, in June, $70.
Pagué la registración de la camioneta por $162.
I paid the registration on my truck, $162.
So, el total que me quedó son $312.
So in total, what I'm left with is $312.
Eso nomás de una semana.
That's just a week.
Aquí tengo falta poner en el mes el cambio de aceite $50.
Here I have to put this in for the month. This is an oil change, $50.
Una reparación de mi camioneta de $573.
Repair to my truck, $573.
$65.97 de la aseguranza de los carros, de 2 carros, de la que pide la ley porque no alcanza para más.
$65.97 for 2 cars, because basically in order to comply with the law, because there's nothing else.
Y no cubre, la aseguranza no cubre mucho dinero, nada más $15,000 por persona, dependiendo del accidente, o $30,000, dependiendo si son 2.
And the insurance doesn't cover much. It's $15,000 a person, depending on the accident, or $30,000 depending on if there's 2.
Solo vine a dar el ejemplo de lo que están hablando aquí las personas, de que no nomás es en renta, es en varios gastos que hacemos todos.
I just wanted to give an example of what other people are talking about here. It's many expenses.
Diferentes personas tienen diferente trabajo, ganan diferente dinero, manejan, invierten mucho dinero en gasolina y varias cosas.
Different people earn work in different areas. They drive or they spend gas.
Pues creo que es todo.
I think that's it
Por el momento.
at this point.
Nos vemos la próxima vez
See you next time,
y gracias.
and thank you.
Buenas noches.
Have a good evening.
Gracias. Gracias. Anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak on the public comment?
Hola, mi nombre es Carmen Ramírez
Hi, my name is Carmen Ramirez,
y tengo 30 años viviendo en Costa Mesa.
and I've been living in Costa Mesa for 30 years.
Y creo que las agencias han empezado a trabajar ahora un poquito más porque están aliadas con la escuela, con el distrito y la comunidad.
And
Pero
I think the agencies have been working a little bit better now that they have that partnership with the school district, but
ahora es mejor porque están poniéndolo en español también, ya que había tantas barreras por los que no hablamos inglés.
and now it's better because things are in Spanish as well, because there were so many barriers for those of us that don't speak English.
Y yo vivo por el área de Paularino y Fillmore, so también quiero presentarme como voluntaria
And
para
I
llevar
live-
esa información a la comunidad.
And I live in Paularino and Fillmore, so I would also like to offer myself up as a volunteer to bring that information into the community.
Porque hay mucha gente que no tiene esta información, muchos que se han ido de Costa Mesa porque no pueden pagar la renta y a veces han vivido en los carros por meses que no saben nada de esta información y es muy triste verlos con niños chiquitos dentro de los carros.
Because there's a lot of people that don't have this information that have left Costa Mesa because they can't pay rent. Sometimes there's people living in their cars for months and they don't know any of this, and it's sad to see them living with small children inside their cars.
El distrito ha ayudado mucho, las consejeras del distrito han ayudado mucho a esas familias y creo que ahora que ellos van a trabajar con el distrito sería mucho mejor para que ellos se dieran cuenta cuáles familias son afectadas y cuántos niños en cada familia son afectados también.
And now the districts, the counselors have been very helpful, and it would be great, to use their help so that you guys can have an idea of which families are most effective and how many children are affected in those families.
Y creo que juntos como aliados podemos trabajar mejor y pues estamos para ayudarnos unos a otros y que no se olviden de la comunidad hispana. Gracias.
And I think that as partners, we can really help. We're here to help each other, and please don't forget the Hispanic community. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Okay, anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak? Okay, I'm going to close it in the chambers and see if there's anybody on Zoom.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and we'll entertain a motion on this item. A motion by Councilmember Chavez. What is your motion, Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to move staff recommendation.
Okay, and do you second that, Mayor Pro Tem?
I do. I would also ask the maker of the motion to request that staff does some preliminary research into the opportunity to partner with landlords and public law center, or a legal entity.
Of course.
Mayor, I just had one quick item clarification that I wanted to make sure goes into the motion to make sure that we can meet all your goals tonight. The item is written flexibly so that ARPA could be used, but there are other eligible sources. I think we captured that in the one of the staff recommendations in item number 2, but I think it's not as, I don't want to say robust, it's not as well written as in the other. And so I think we would need for it to say in item number 3, for us to have full flexibility to use the different funding sources, authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute any new agreements and any and all amendments to existing agreements for the augmented ARPA or other eligible funding sources for the rental assistance program to assist Costa Mesa renters to overcome housing instability. If you could add that to the motion, that gives staff the full plethora of tools that we need to really get this in a better place.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Second?
Second, I do have a question about that, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to be super clear, the mayor said a little bit earlier when, I think you said something about like when CDBG money comes back. But my understanding is this includes the discussion from May 4th, that this includes all the existing CDBG money, the ARPA home money, all of the little pots of money that we thought we had to put towards rental assistance. This is it. There is no second round of CDBG coming back or home ARPA funds, correct?
Yes and no. So on CDBG CV, this is it. So CDBG
Yeah,
CV,
got that
that's
one.
the full commitment.
That's
Right.
the ARPA side that I think I'm confused about.
Right, the ARPA side, for home ARPA, you will be seeing that in July, and we'll be coming with the recommendation on that. We'll be bringing that back. So between now and July, we're going to look at all the different council priorities that we have that you've put in the strategic plan and the 6-month objectives, such as the behavioral health and other elements. That's why we're writing this flexibly, so that between now and July, if we need to make any changes to that home agenda item, we can incorporate it in there, but not let that slow us down, which is why this item is written flexibly so that you can give us authority to spend an additional $500,000, get an RFP out, get contracts amended, pick additional vendors if we need to, or additional providers to get this money out while we on a parallel track while we bring back, and then you see the home. So while not duplicating the funds, obviously. And so it's a little different approach here, but we're trying to be creative to meet this need ASAP because we can't wait another 30 days. But we will be bringing back the home funds plan and with specific recommendations there. For now, we believe that this is enough for the rental assistance, but when we bring that back at that time, if you want to reconsider it, there will be eligible sources there as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Does everybody know what the motion, Councilmember Chavez, you're comfortable with that as the maker of the motion, and the second is comfortable? Yes. Okay, so do you have, and you have comments, Councilmember Chavez, to your motion?
I do have comments. I do see some.
Well, go ahead and comment to support your motion, and we'll ask for the second, and then some of the other council members can speak to the motion.
Okay. I will speak in English and Spanish today, just for the ease of the audience at hand. So first of all, I do want to thank our staff. Alma, Evis, Nathan, Susan, thank you so much for what you've done. This has been a month and a half of community members coming out in droves, expressing the loud part, the quiet part loudly, which is that inflation is killing us, and you see it mostly in rents. And I want to applaud the fact that we were, as an organization, city, willing to acknowledge our shortcomings, willing to acknowledge where we could improve, and doing so in a steadfast way. So thank you. To those in the audience who spoke up these past few months, thank you. You know, there's a saying in Mexico que el pueblo tiene una voz. The town has a voice. And when that town comes out, we make miracles happen. We would not be here today if not for the community in my district, the Hispanic community in my district. In a city of 60% of renters, it was the most marginalized group, the group that for the longest time felt forgotten, that spoke up and made a difference for the entire community. So thank you. Without you, we wouldn't be here today. And there may be others that want to say they did the work, and we see it all the time, but know that it was you that came here and spoke. It was you that overcame the barriers of a language you may not be comfortable with and spoke. It was you who had the courage to come here and speak. And again, this is good for us as a city of Costa Mesa. It's a pivot. It's a focus on all residents, not just residents that have a chance to express themselves publicly. And I think this is a really good foundation of what we can do in the future. And again, I am in some ways disheartened that not all the funds we had were used. I'm grateful for Mercy House for being really effective in getting those funds out. But as we strategize and look at what we can improve on, I feel very confident that we can help the most people out in our city. So, otra vez en español, esto fue el esfuerzo de ustedes. Fue ustedes los latinos del área 4 y en Costa Mesa que vinieron a hablar para la comunidad de todo Costa Mesa. Esa ciudad tiene 60% de gente que renta. Y ustedes, la gente que fue más marginada por tiempo, la gente con más temor, fueron los que aquí vinieron y hablaron. Con ustedes, este cambio pasó. Y más que decir algo a ustedes, que no tengan temor en venir acá. Sé que es duro, sé que es un poco con miedo, pero su voz importa mucho. Este concilio tiene 7 personas porque el Estado de California dictó que que una latina ocupan gente aquí que son latinos. Tenemos distritos porque el Estado de California miró que se ocupa tener representación justa para todos. Por favor, siéntense aquí en casa, porque aquí están en casa. Y en verdad, gracias a ustedes por el apoyo que todo Costa Mesa va a sentir.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Tengo que hablar en español.
you can do it.
Discúlpeme que no hablo muy bien, pero entiendo mucho y entiendo que este tema de las rentas es muy importante. And that's all you get because I'm very embarrassed to speak Spanish in public. But I thank you so much, honestly, for everyone coming out today. It was really so important that your voices get heard. And I was really moved by so many people offering to volunteer to help get the word out, that the comment about it is the whole community is true. We have to work together in order to solve some of these problems. So thank you very, sorry, I'm getting emotional for some reason right now. But this is really, really incredibly important. To staff, Mr. Robinson, honestly, tremendous staff presentation, and the fact that we were able to pivot and do some of the things that we needed to do, excellent. So yeah, I'm super excited to support this motion, and let's actually make some change happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion, and I am certain that there will be some good that comes out of this. Bless you. I think some good has already happened. We've had people participate who normally don't participate. We've had staff respond. We've had connections with the community. All of that, I think, is of tremendous value. I, however, do not feel good about my vote on this, if only for the fact that it's reactive and addresses a symptom. And it's a symptom of a much larger issue. Quite simply, it's housing. And I know this council's been talking about housing forever, as have I since I was on the Planning Commission nearly 6 years ago. And the only thing I really want to say tonight is that we need to make some systemic change here in Costa Mesa. We need to be able to provide avenues for development of housing for all people. And we need to have changes, whether it's in our code or a general plan or our policies, to make that happen. And that's going to take actually a great lift from our community. So I'm hoping tonight we can build on the momentum that we have of people participating and continue that for the next several months when we roll out potential changes or proposals to increasing housing, because to me, that is the most critical issue that we're facing. And so again, while I don't feel particularly good about this vote, I know there's good that's going to come out of it, but I hope it's just the beginning. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Would the maker of the motion also include preliminary research, maybe as sort of a third priority after getting the money out, but preliminary research on opportunities or methods to track trends in rental prices and evictions in the city?
Yes, as long as it's not coming out of the $500,000 for rent relief.
Oh, yeah. It's
okay.
Yeah. I don't think that's funded, or that would be funded. Thanks. Yeah, I think this came up a while ago, is that we really don't have, other than anecdotal information, a way to track rental prices systematically, or the changes in those rental prices and evictions. And I think that'd be really good data for us to have, to be aware of what to respond to, or hopefully to, to beat that, to get ahead of the ball on some of those actions. So thank you for adding that. I think you agreed to add that in the second. I think nodded too. Yeah, and agree with everything that's been said, and I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Resilience OC team as well. I think this communication and response really highlights the value and importance of community-based organizations who do the hard work of not just reaching people, but convincing people that their time and effort can pay off, and overcoming the sort of doubts that exist, often rightfully so, from not being able to connect for so many years. So I just wanted to add to the thanks, the Resilience OC team for doing that work, helping connect people with information, helping provide our residents with information and encouragement to show up and share their voices. We, as a council, I hope I know we will continue to support our community-based organizations, and tonight is just another example of the value they add to our community. So thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I support the motion. I appreciate the motion and the second. Okay, everybody clap. That's good. Clapping is back in chambers in the city of Costa Mesa. It's back. You guys can clap all you want. You can even clap after I talk. Thank you all for being out here. I just want to call out, the work of Alma Reyes and Evis Torres for working so hard on the outreach and this great report, and Susan Price, our assistant city manager, who helps coordinate all this money. It's so great. We're so lucky to have you, and wonderful presentation, Mr. Robbins. You're really a very skilled presenter. And for everybody that spoke, I really am, I feel great about the fact that you feel comfortable coming in, and that we've been able to accommodate you, and you have a voice. I hope you know that this is not just on this issue. You're always welcome to be in the chambers. It's been a long time, and it's been a struggle. And one of the speakers talked about trust. And yes, we at the city of Costa Mesa, it goes back a long way. I'll acknowledge it. It's been a long road to get to this point where we've developed some trust. And trust is hard to earn, and it's easy to lose. And so we have to make faith with you that we'll continue to listen to you, and we'll continue to address the issue. And as Councilmember Harlan said, and I'm not sure I agree with him, and feeling bad about the motion. It's just the nature of things in municipal government, and maybe in any government, is we just try to make the problem a little bit smaller, and we just try to address it as best we can in the moment, and continue on and wake up the next day and try to make the problem a little bit smaller, and just kind of work on it and chip away at it. And so this is a step. We're not done here. We're going to try to marshal more resources to address this issue. We're going to deal with the things that Councilmember Harlan said in terms of getting more opportunities for housing in the city. And we'll just keep working on it until the problem is smaller and it's more manageable, and it's not as painful as it is right now, because there's a lot of pain in our community, and we're here to relieve it. So thank you. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Break, 10-minute break? 10-minute break. No, he doesn't, he's good, he's good. Okay, we're back on the record. City council meeting. We're all the way up to new business item 2 of new business item, how many we got, 3? 4? 3. So we're at our penultimate item. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is first reading of 2 separate ordinances. The first one, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Chapter 3, Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission of Title 12, Parks and Recreation of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. And first reading the second ordinance, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Costa Mesa, California, adding Chapter 4, Arts Commission of Title 12, Parks and Recreation of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you.
Director Minter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and members of the public. As mentioned, I'm Jason Minter, Parks and Community Services Director. Sitting with me is Lorette Garner, our very first art specialist here in the City of Costa Mesa. I have a brief presentation for you that pertains to the item. So a little bit of background, there's more than 4 decades of dates that we could talk about, but we picked a few highlights. Back in 1984, the City Council officially adopted the model City of the Arts. In 1999, City Council approved a resolution adopting modifications to the City Seal to include the City of the Arts motto. 2018, the Orange County Museum of Art unveiled plans to relocate to the Sagerstrom Center for the Arts. In 2019, the Parks and Recreation Commission was renamed to add the word arts to it, and that had both arts and senior services added to its purview. And then most recently in 2021, the City Council approved and adopted the Arts and Culture Master Plan. The recommendation is part of the Arts and Culture Master Plan, which established an Arts Commission to reflect the Council's desire for an ongoing policy focus. The recommendation is to create a 7-member commission that would serve to attract those residents best qualified by virtue of knowledge and experience for the development of the arts. This would not be tied to districts for district appointments, so basically all appointments would be made by each respective district official. However, they do not have to reside in the district with which that person is nominated. This would allow the commissioners to best represent the arts in the overall city. They do have to be residents of the City of Costa Mesa. Per the master plan, the ideology for the Arts Commission would be to ensure that Costa Mesa is a place where creativity can flourish, imagination, inspiration, and innovation are held in high regard, arts education is essential to all, and arts and culture would promote civic pride and enrich the daily lives of the community. And just a reminder, this is all taken straight from the Arts and Culture Master Plan that was approved last year. The recommendation also includes the revision of the Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission. Prior to that, it was the Parks and Rec Commission. Now it would be changed to the Parks and Community Services Commission. Some of the pending art projects for the commission would be the implementation of a revised utility box art program. The current Arts Committee just approved revisions to that program, so it would be the commission that acted them out. There's a current public art policy that's being drafted by Arts OC in conjunction with staff. This would include enhancements to the city's current arts policies and would be reviewed by the new commission as it was moving through the process. Some of the other potential projects would be review of any new public art ordinances, the consideration of a public-private development fee for art, the 1% art fee, consideration of potential development of a community art center, and then creation of a public art garden, including the selection of artists. Again, all things directly from the Arts and Culture Master Plan. This is the staff recommendation as presented the item, and both Lorette and myself are here to answer any questions.
Council, do you have any questions for? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, my question is not even regarding the Arts Commission. I think it's a great program. I have a question on the restrictions we're going to have on the commissioners. So we currently have a discrepancy where planning could be anywhere in the city, but parks and recreation, as we call it, parks and community service, as we call it shortly, has to be by district. So will the Arts Commission be by district or at large?
Arts commissioners would not be limited to a district with which they reside, no.
Okay, so random thought, but as staff, can we bring back an ordinance to change that to be also reflected on the Parks and Community Service Commission? Because I want to have consistency in all three commissions, but that's it.
Okay. Did you want to?
Was that a question? Right. Most recently, it was changed to district each of the PAC's commissioners. I believe in early 2021, they were selected by district. So if the council wanted to reverse that decision.
Let me re-clarify my statement for simplicity's sake. It might be better to do it at the end. So if you want, I'll cover my comments during the vote.
Okay. When we did make the change with respect to the planning commission, did that not include the parks?
Mr. Mayor, I can probably answer
Yes.
this since I did all the revisions. Originally, they were all districted, and then you decided that you did not want to district the planning commission anymore. You wanted people to be able to select from residents elsewhere. But as it stands right now, the Parks, Arts, and Recreation, is that right? Community Services, sorry, Commission is established by district. That would not change with this proposed ordinance, but you certainly could change that. But as Mr. Minter indicated, the new Arts Commission, which would be separated from Parks and Community Services, would not be established by district. You would each have an appointment, but you could appoint from anywhere in the city.
Okay, I've got a bigger question. Is there any reason why any law, anything that I should know about why the members of this commission have to be residents of Costa Mesa? And my thinking is this, we were just talking about a candidate has her business that's devoted to arts in Costa Mesa, children go to school in Costa Mesa, lives in Garden Grove. She's not getting on the commission if we vote for this. Okay? There are lots of people that are involved in the arts in Costa Mesa, people that are involved in, the Performing Arts Center, the South Coast Repertory, that are very involved in the arts and would be great on this commission and very involved in Costa Mesa arts, don't live in Costa Mesa. So would that be against some type of stone tablet law if we said people, I understand wanting a connection, but being a resident, do they have to be a resident of Costa Mesa?
I'll defer to Kim on this.
Unless our council policy requires that, the answer is no.
So next question. So how could we word it? This is probably for the city attorney. How could we word it to make sure, because I definitely think it's important to have a connection to Costa Mesa, not just to have somebody who's not tied to the city and rooted in the city. How could we write that in a way that would achieve that goal, if we wanted to do that?
Excuse me, may I chime in here? Mr. Mayor, for one of our committees, the Traffic Impact Fee Committee, we have representatives on that committee that are not residents of the city. Like we have like a major developer, small business developer. So we can tailor wording to kind of with that set of criteria. Member of the repertory, have to have an association with Costa Mesa Arts affiliate or something like that.
Yeah, an arts organization.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be happy to offer some language. I'm taking a look at the ordinance right now.
Okay, those are my questions. Any other council members have questions? Oh, Councilmember Reynolds.
It's already on. Thank you. Yeah, I think if we were looking to change that language, there was, one of my questions was related to the sort of automatic termination if someone doesn't become a resident. If we kept the residency requirement, I was going to suggest that we give ourselves a little grace period so people aren't automatically off the committee. The other two questions, we have right now our Arts and Culture Committee. What we adopted was an Arts and Culture Master Plan, and what's being proposed here is an Arts Commission. And I was curious, why not an Arts and Culture Commission? And where does culture come into play if we just create an Arts Commission?
When staff were reviewing it, it wasn't with the intention of eliminating culture by any means. It was just to kind of simplify the titling of the commission. Culture Arts Committee is the current body, but a focus on arts in general, not necessarily cultural arts, but a more expanded look at arts.
Okay, so the intent is that it covers the same scope of the Arts and Culture Master Plan?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I questions, not comments. I do think the sort of culture piece, especially given the tenor of what's happening across our communities and nationally, is an important thing that I would want to make explicit. The other question I had is in the Arts and Culture Master Plan, the recommendation, objective 3.3, which you gave to us as attachment 4, suggests actually retaining the committee. It says retain a committee with a new mission of building public awareness and providing volunteer coordination for city arts events. The recommendation, though, is to dissolve the committee. Can you explain the reason for that?
Yes, it would be dissolving the official committee that met and had regular meetings here at City Hall or via Zoom, obviously. But the goal is to have more of a volunteer organization, a collaboration of volunteers that want to participate in the arts, want to help encourage arts, volunteer with things like Art Venture. So we would be creating kind of a separate group that would not be having regular meetings, but we would really push a lot of our resources into the development of that volunteer group so that we could capitalize on the number of people that want to be involved in the arts, but maybe can't commit to monthly meetings or to the commitment of a commissioner. So it would be supplanted by, but we're not asking the council to approve another committee. It would be a staff-driven volunteer group, much like we do for senior programs. So in effect, Action 3.3.2 would be honored, just not in the form of a formal committee, but we would capitalize on any committee member that may not be selected for the commission. They would, obviously be encouraged to join the volunteer group. We would do, we could do informal communication, have mass emails that go out. Hey, by the way, here are upcoming opportunities in the arts, opportunities to volunteer. And as we started to tackle some of these bigger projects, we'd have hopefully a sound mailing list to get people involved from all around the community.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I think, something I've been interested throughout my term is continued, increased and broadened engagement in activities through City Hall and connection to the work we're doing here and understanding how government works. And so I was a little bit concerned about sort of what I interpreted as a net reduction in participation here. But what you're describing sounds like it would cover that.
And a part of the other answer, the earlier question about why just the Arts Commission, it's more in line in what other cities are doing. Trying to be consistent with some of our neighboring cities. And I think the other part is cultural arts could be considered one portion, performing arts, visual arts. So we didn't want to limit it just to that segment of cultural was part of the thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions. Okay. So let's open it up to public comment. Does anybody have any public comment on this item? No? Not in the chambers. How about on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to make the motion. Okay, I move to accept the staff recommendation, but I would like to do a couple things in terms of the eligibility. I don't think the eligibility should be tied to districts. And I think we should broaden the eligibility to residents or people with businesses or that practice art in Costa Mesa on a regular basis that are part of our arts community. And that can be defined by the council member who nominates the candidate and can be considered by the council when voting on that candidate. And that is my motion.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose some specific language to replace that in section C of the Arts Commission resolution, 12-78C?
Oh, wait a minute. There's one, before you do that, there's one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think $100 a month is kind of chintzy for this. What do we pay what is the stipend for the parks?
Tax is $100 a meeting also.
It's $100?
Where I came from, it was $10 a month, so I thought 100 was a huge bump, but
I guess
I thought we were very generous here.
I'll stay where it is. I just don't want it, I don't want it to be less than the parks. Okay, I'm sorry. You were about ready to say something constructive, City Attorney?
Yes, in lieu of the language that is in the draft ordinance 22-24, section 12-78C, it would read, residency in the city shall not be required of the members of the commission, provided that they are in the business of or regularly engage in the practice of arts in the judgment of the appointing council member.
And the council.
And council.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a second yet, so. Oh, Councilmember Chavez, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was in anticipation of almost making a second, but it's okay. I support the arts as well. I'm very happy we're doing this for a couple of reasons. One, we are the city of the arts, and for such a long time, we have not really put enough focus on that motto of ours. You know, the mayor, myself, and Councilmember Gameros on the ad hoc for cannabis were very intentional when we decided to fund the arts through that measure, because we understand the beauty that comes from arts, the culture it brings, and the unity it provides the community. So happy to support this motion. I'm glad to have one more commissioner to have my rapport to appoint, because that's one more person we can give a voice to in Costa Mesa. And finally, just to end my comment with a request, city manager, city attorney, if we at some point bring back the eligibility requirements for the Parks Commission to make it more in line with the Planning Commission, I would really appreciate that. I don't like the idea of having only one of the three commissioners being district specific and the other two not being that way. But other than that, great motion.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question of the city attorney. Can we incorporate that in the ordinance tonight, the first reading of the ordinance that's changing the title? We would not have to bring it back then.
Since the entire ordinance is included, although it's not specifically mentioned in the agenda report, the council is at liberty to make that change now. So we could change. Oh wait, did I? Is the one? I think I grabbed the wrong one. Sorry. Let me grab the right one. This is the ordinance 22-23. Section 3 of the current ordinance provides for one member from each electoral district of the city and one at-large member. We could simply strike the final sentence in existing section 3 of the ordinance, and then in section 4, which deals with residency in districts, you could simply delete the entire section.
Are you talking about this new commission or?
No, I'm talking about there's an ordinance before you to amend the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission to delete the arts.
Oh,
That ordinance also includes the language regarding residency in districts.
I understand.
So
Okay, I got it.
we
I
could
got it.
make those changes to
So
this ordinance.
that's how we shoehorn that, what Councilmember Chavez just said?
If the council desires to do that, you could do that tonight.
Okay, okay. So I'm okay with that as the maker of the motion, if that's a friendly amendment. Is that your you can second that?
Second.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, yes,
can I propose another friendly amendment?
you may.
Can we limit the number of non-residents on the Arts Commission to 3?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, I tell you what, let me speak to my motion, and then you decide, because that's traditionally what's done, right? I was just so excited to get a second that I let the second take over. So I'm going to speak to the motion. You think about that, and then I might make if depending on if you still want to do it. So I'm not saying no. I just want to speak to it for a second. I like this commission. It's great. It's in keeping with our master plan. I think it really elevates the arts. The reason why I thought it was important, the reason why I thought it was important to allow non-residents who are still rooted and have a demonstrated and demonstrable interest in the arts in Costa Mesa is, when we talk about the city of the arts, we're not, I don't view this as like this thing, the arts in Costa Mesa, as being, it's going to sound strange, a Costa Mesa thing, like it's insular, like we're looking inward. It's very much associated with our brand regionally, and we're reaching out not only regionally, but also even internationally. And when we saw the presentation by Travel Costa Mesa, we see that they're using the arts and the Costa Mesa City of the Arts and the work that we're doing to brand the city throughout, through all the people that they want to come in and stay at the hotel. You saw them focus on Noguchi Gardens. We're having the Orange County Museum of Arts here, which is going to be attracting the whole Southern California region to come to the city. So it's not like the other commissions where we're really focusing on Costa Mesa centric stuff. And there's nothing Costa Mesa centric about art, right? Art is art, So if you want to, think about it, think about whether you want me to do that. I mean, my preference would be to leave it up to the council member. The council member wants to propose something. I think being a resident is definitely important, super important, but somebody who lives in Newport Beach but is dedicated to the arts in Costa Mesa, who is very focused on ACMA. I mean, I would see this commission as having people from ACMA, people from South Coast Repertory, people that are in arts education, people in art, like, I'm just throwing a name out there like Kirby Piazza. I guess he lives in Costa Mesa resident. Costa Mesa resident. People who are dedicated to teaching art and doing art, all the artists, like Mehdi, from, I don't know where he lives. He does live in Costa Mesa. I mean, there's also plenty of people in Costa Mesa.
Proving my point.
Too. So anyway, whatever. So what do you think about it? You want to still stick with 3?
I'd like to still cap it.
Cap it at 3 non-Costa Mesa residents.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
Well, if I'm wrong, correct me, but it sounds like the intent is to have a majority be from Costa Mesa, right? The 4 to 3. I think it's a fair assessment, because I personally would always want first someone from my district, if not then Costa Mesa, right? I think having the requirement of having the ability to choose someone else is helpful, but I still think keeping the integrity of 4 from Costa Mesa is helpful, because then it's still worldwide centric, Orange County centric, but with the enough lens of Costa Mesa.
All right. So I see Councilmember Reynolds. Are you lit? Oh no, I'm sorry. You're not lit up. I'm looking past you to the city attorney. The other council members, do you have any thoughts on this? Trying to do some consensus building here.
I'll share my thoughts. I was processing, and I think this was a part of why I was worried about losing the committee. Our next item is economic development, right? And I think arts is an important part of that. There's this sort of outward-facing, build and share our brand as the City of the Arts, Center for Arts, a place people come for Broadway shows and great music and Museum of Art and so on. But we've also, in our Arts and Culture Master Plan, talks about this, want to acknowledge the value of art for community building and relationship building. And I think those are sort of two different focuses and two different areas of expertise. And ideally, we find a group of people who have both of those things. And I think both of those things are really important. I don't know what the solution is to that. I want to capture both of those things. So I think I would lean towards having a majority residency requirement, and ensuring that this commission, while focused, yes, sure, on building our brand and highlighting us as the City of the Arts, is also really focused on the localized community building and healing and cultural sharing about aspect of arts as well. I don't know.
Fine. That's fine. That's good feedback. So what about you from the east side?
Well, I'm trying to think about this mechanically, which is that if we have that distinction between residents and non-residents, are we going to run into an issue where we're basically going to nominate, somebody's going to not be able to nominate their preferred person because they are or are not a resident?
Yeah. That's true. And that is a concern. I mean, part of my thing in not making the restriction like that is to give autonomy to the council members and let the council member decide what the council member views as the most important criteria to them. And some council members might favor residency as being important. Others might favor other aspects. And just to give us the freedom to do that.
Wait, if it's not by district, are you proposing that a single council member staff the entire commission?
No, in other words, you would be able to choose if residency, whatever, if residency was important to you, then and you nominate somebody, then that's your choice, and then we vote on your nominee, like we do for the other commissions. And generally speaking, we're going to, as we've done in the past, we're going to defer to the council member's nomination.
We cap the number of non-residents on mobile homes. We cap the number of non-residents on traffic impact.
No, but those are a little different because in those situations, it's the liaison that's nominating.
Okay, I think we need a cap. I wouldn't feel comfortable with committee staffed by non-Costa Mesa residents and paying them $100 a month and having them act on behalf of the council, which is what the commission's supposed to be doing. So I would prefer Costa Mesa residents acted on behalf of the council. I was chair of the Cultural Arts Committee for 2 years, and it was really critically important that we had, families who were tied into the school district, but also knew something about arts, that we had, local Costa Mesa artists, local Costa Mesa business owners who were connected with the arts. It was a whole ecosystem of people, and they were all residents. And there was 12 people on that committee.
Right. But what's your answer to what Councilmember Harlan said, which is, so picture it, we're choosing the commission. There are 7 of us. We all show up, and hypothetically, we all show up, and we want to all choose somebody who's a non-resident, hypothetically. How do you decide who gets to?
I think everyone should come with a resident and a non-resident, if that's what we think the issue is, and then we debate what the best mix of the committee is.
All right. Well, okay, that's fine. Let's give it a try. That's fine with me. I'll accept that amendment. You accept it for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Does anybody else have anything else to say on this item? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, good. That is what we call in the business consensus building. 5-0.
All right. Mr. Mayor, can I just seek clarification quickly?
Sure.
All right, so we had two ordinances, and on the first one, on the arts one, we're allowing outside residents, but capped at 3?
Yep.
Okay. And then for the Parks and Recreation Services ordinance, we're deleting the by district appointment, correct?
That's what we did.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure that we included both of those in the motion. Yeah, we're not limiting it to district residency, but each of you will still have an appointment. Yes.
Right.
All right.
Nothing
great.
is limited to districts.
Thank you so much. We'll bring both of those back for second reading as revised.
All right. Well, we didn't make it by sundown, but we're at a final item. Would you please read the title?
This is the professional services agreement with the TCCG Tech Coast Consulting Group to prepare an economic development strategic plan for the city of Costa Mesa. Presentation by Mr. Inlows, Economic Development Administrator.
Mr. Inlos, you have the floor.
Good evening, members of City Council. Staff would like to propose a professional service agreement today with Tech Coast Consulting Group to assist in the development of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. The proposal offered by the consultant includes all tasks and deliverables requested by the city's scope of work that was approved by the City Council last year. The scope was built from feedback from leadership and over 40 interviews within the business, education, and nonprofit community in the city of Costa Mesa, and based on economic development best practices and case studies. It was peer-reviewed by 2 independent economic firms, and since its publication for the RFP process has been used by other cities to launch a similar effort. The Economic Development Strategic Plan met and exceeded our standard bidding process. We used evaluators from two different divisions and from one of our own Costa Mesa pro-business agencies, Travel Costa Mesa. The RFP was out for 1 month. The city reviewed several proposals that responded to the scope of work. All had worked on previous economic development strategic plans. The evaluation group conducted a comprehensive interview process with the top 3 candidates and checked references for the highest evaluated consultant, Tech Coast Consulting Group. All references identified them as great consulting team who tailors each product to the needs of their client. Tech Coast Consulting has developed a group of small business consulting firms, each with decades of experience. The team includes Wallace Walrod, who is also the Chief Economic Advisor to Orange County Business Council and SCAG, as well as other agencies. Robert Klein-Heinz, an economist with former positions at the City of Los Angeles County Development Corporation and Beacon Economics. Rebecca Alvarez, a principal at Nonprofit Strategies with expertise in community engagement and outreach. Benjamin Palmer, a professional with expertise in identifying measurable indicators for practical actions. Our scope of work is comprehensive. Deliverables with this report include studies and baseline, establishing a base year for the project, visions, goal setting, outreach, a development action plan and priorities, development tools, matrix, models, and resources to help with implementation during and after, and then the materials to help ongoing efforts to track, trace, and ensure success. Our studies for this project help us to identify what's beyond the observable. Basically, we're looking at market cluster and market industry clusters, cost-benefit analysis for implementation for citywide fiber or other infrastructure projects that might arise to the top, e-commerce trends and strategies, and site value index, amongst other studies. This helps us get at the specifics and evaluate information and trends over time. What is the impacts to Costa Mesa? What is the rate of change? What are the strengths to these changes, and what are the counter trends? What are the good indicators to monitor its change in the local economy so we can continue to make sure that this plan is successful long before its launch? After the specific studies and analysis is completed, the consultants will guide us through a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and establish a base year with the appropriate matrix to track the health and success of the city and each of its economic enclaves. To ensure that there is clear direction on the priorities the plan sets, the vision and goal setting will include not only the analysis identified, but also the outreach listed here. Regular meetings with blue ribbon panels, outreach meetings with economic enclaves and those locations, and community surveys and interviews with key stakeholders. Sorry. As well as City Council's input. The action plan itself is to ensure that there's clear direction on the priorities the plan sets, and that we have an itemized list of dozens of potential actions that can create objective and suitable scoring system that allows for the actions to be evaluated against the many economic factors that can ensure success or failure of a particular effort. We really launched our efforts to really secure a future for economic development in the city of Costa Mesa several years back. And in my experience from 2018, it has become abundantly clear that in our age of technology, advancements, and a lot of different agencies and softwares, there is an abundance of choice when it comes to the abilities of what actions we can take in making sure that we deliver the best for our city and its prosperity. Establishing this list and these action items are essential to make sure that we know at any given time, regardless of economic cycle or saliency, what items and tasks we can take on and which ones we should endeavor to accept. Lastly, it's back to this primary goal that we have for this scope of work, which is implementation. Making sure that we understand clearly what our resources are, that we have tools, not only that we have ideas of that's a good idea and that's not such a great idea, but also the tools to implement some of the ideas we've already heard loudly from our community are powerful tools to help us be able to address the concerns. One of them addressed tonight is housing. As we know, there's a large arena number, there's a great demand for housing, and establishing a program like a development transfer opportunity program, which is kind of the floating term for today, is the idea of being able to make sure we capitalize on not losing the opportunity of commercial industrial spaces while at the same time making sure there's room for housing. And there's programs to implement those types of efforts. And so building one of those programs and the policies behind it to be able to be launched in tandem with the Economic Development Strategic Plan as opposed to waiting to hear again that it's a good idea. We have other models and resources that will be produced as part of this, including an update to the content of the Costa Mesa website, GIS layers and spatial analysis, as well as how we handle unique opportunities like the opportunity zones, not to overuse the term. Materials for implementation and branding is the last item that was mentioned in the scope of work as deliverables. This is outreach and branding materials, rendering and marketable first-year action plan materials, a pitch deck, updating our outreach efforts so that we can attract new businesses and exciting businesses to the city of Costa Mesa. Coordinating with our local artists, I think we're jumping on a couple of key items that have been discussed in previous meetings. We can work with our current local artists to be able to establish those branding materials and give them a local Costa Mesa vibe. And that's actually built into the scope of work and planned and accounted for by the consultant that we're proposing for you to approve today. Tech Coast Consulting Group has over 20 years of experience, and not just experience, but experience in the county of Orange. Orange County. We've got, they were the ones that produced the 2019-2023 Orange County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. That is our very own CEDS at the county level. They were the ones that have worked with other cities with similar complexities in developing their economic recovery strategies or resilience plans coming out of COVID and before. They have worked in outreach methodologies that are diverse and wide, similar to our scope of work, meaning interviews, discussion panels, town hall meetings, and being able to handle all these meetings in English and in Spanish. And then lastly, making sure that we can leverage their existing knowledge, because a lot of the materials, metrics, and models that exist are actually ones that have been produced by some of the members of this very team. The recommendation, because of all this, for City Council is that we authorize City Manager and City Clerk to execute an agreement with Tech Coast Consulting Group, LLC, for a not-to-exceed amount of $200,000 for the term of 1 year with additional 4 one-year renewal options. In substantially the form is attached and in such final form is approved by City Attorney, and with the authority to be able to make or execute amendments to those, that agreement, as long as it's in, it's consistent with our budget. And that concludes my presentation. We do have representatives here from Tech Coast Consulting if you have questions for them, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have and go from there.
Any questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
First of all, how do you always get stuck going last? No, I'm wondering about the data that we looked at from Buxton, and at the time we're thinking about there's a lot of really good decision making we could draw from understanding how many Teslas are in Costa Mesa, right? And so to what extent are we able to extrapolate that data and or share it with the consultant, and how much is that going to be a part of our plan moving forward?
It is included. It was anticipated. When we brought forth the scope of work, we also gave you committed at that time that we would not only look at the consultant to implement the plan, but the tech necessary and the data necessary for them to create the level of plan that we're looking for. We have secured contracts with software agencies that will help provide some of this data, specifically CoStar and Buxton.
Is Tech Coast Consulting, does it have any affiliation with the Tech Coast Angels?
I don't have an answer to that question, but I can.
Any? None? You can come up. Come on up. Come on up. You come on up and introduce yourself. We're just getting started, you know. It's no, I'm just teasing. We're almost done.
Yeah, Wallace Walrod, the managing partner of Tech Coast. I was actually, it's not affiliated, but I was there at the start of the Tech Coast Angels. So I knew Mike Kucha, and I was one of the people at the table when we incubated Tech Coast Angels.
Yeah, that's interesting. Is there a connection in the name, or was it just?
Actually, yeah, my partner and I adopted that name because of our involvement with Tech Coast Angels.
Yeah. So tell the council about Tech Coast Angels.
Yeah, still is so one of the things that Silicon Valley does really well is early stage investment. And at that point, Orange County didn't really have that kind of seed funding for, emerging tech startups. And so that was incubated and started funding initiatives that then, some of them went to get venture capital and went on from there. So yes, it's guys who have been through, people who have been through many, many deals, and they know what's a good investment, and really was successful in Orange County in funding emerging startups, especially.
So just a question or two for you. So I was reading about your qualifications. You're very qualified. I'd love to have you as a member on the team.
Thank you.
In whatever capacity. But one of the things that occurs to me, and I don't know if this affects the scope or where we're at with it, is, this seems to me like it's like kind of a classic consulting project and a study and this, that, and the other. And, things happen, they happen in unpredictable ways in a local economy. And I'll give you an example. So I'm sitting in a room Friday with some of the major, or probably all of the major office building owners and managers. And there are a lot of them in Costa Mesa. You're familiar with, that whole. Sure. And so they were talking about how the pandemic has just devastated them in terms of occupancy. Yes. Okay. And like, it just occurs to me that if you kind of start, trudging through a project and come up with some recommendations and come to us in whatever it is, 6 months, whatever, it's like 6 months from now, they need help now, okay? And I have this thing that I say to people, I say, the city is not the city. And what I mean by that is the city thing that we're doing here, the city hall, that's not the city. They're the city, right? The people that are, starting a new burrito stand, that's the city. And we're here, and this is the whole spirit of this endeavor, is to support them. But maybe they don't need, maybe they don't need a study. Maybe they just need, somebody to go in and troubleshoot and say, for example, how can we be more supportive of them in a difficult time? What's going on with our planning codes? What's going on with our staffing? How can we redirect things to be more supportive? Is that a service that you could provide for us? Or is that within the scope of what we're talking about here? Or are we kind of constrained by the RFP and the study that we're talking about?
So are you talking about individual business consulting?
Yeah, no, but even just for not individual business consultant, but like okay, let me see if I could say it in a different way. They're going to have to repurpose. Okay, we have all kinds of codes and all kinds of ways and procedures and processes that we do, and those things that we've done traditionally might not be the best way to serve them in this space right now in 2022, 2023. Okay, so for you to come and say, hey, this is to talk to the private sector, what do you need and how could the city better serve your needs?
Yes.
Okay, that would be, I think, of great value.
We can incorporate that.
Okay.
And the way I would put it is we will develop strategies and roadmaps. And the biggest thing that I would say is Costa Mesa is rich in assets. You've talked, throughout the night about arts and other assets that the office buildings are assets too. What is overriding in my mind about what this plan is going to do, it really is an investment plan, both for the city, but especially to attract outside investment into the city to address any deficiencies, but also mainly to capitalize on the strengths that the city already has. And I think that's Costa Mesa is at the point in its history where having a plan and, all the way from fiber to, all the other assets that the city has, having a coordinated strategy about how the city invests in those, how the business community invests in those, and how outside entities outside of Costa Mesa invest in those. That's what's top of my mind about what all this is pointing to, is that kind of a roadmap, an investment plan for the city.
Right. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can I jump in on that?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Welrod.
Thank you.
10:26 p.m.
It's past my bedtime, by the way.
What you just said actually resonates with me and kind of leads to the question I was going to ask, which was, we talk about economic development. It means many things to different people. Yeah. It can be, esoteric, nebulous. I mean, it's not as clear as art is art. But, sorry, John. But I'm curious if you equate an economic development strategy with an investment strategy, because I think that term investment strategy may be more accessible and may be more easily understandable about what we're trying to accomplish.
That's a great point. I know a supervisor that I highly honored, Bill Campbell. I don't know if any of you ever knew Bill. Really fantastic guy. I remember being in a meeting with him one time and he says, I don't know what economic development is. The term is somewhat amorphous to a lot of people. And so I think what we want to do is make it as specific as possible with language like investment plan, And it will include, strategy and tactics, but I think making it more accessible and real world that can be used very broadly. The CEDS, the County Economic Development Strategy that I've actually done the last 3, so back since 2008, we have attracted, I think through those plans, pretty close to $30 million in federal investment in Orange County. And as you know, Orange County often doesn't get its fair share, but it's being very specific and very sort of data-driven. But with the experience of having worked in economic development organizations, and I do want to point out Rebecca Alvarez, who I've worked with on other projects, is one of the best public engagement and outreach people that I've ever met in my career. And then Dr. Kleinhens, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. He was a professor at Cal State Fullerton, and he's now a professor at Cal State Long Beach. But he worked for the LAEDC, the major economic development corporation in Los Angeles. He worked for the California Association of Realtors as their lead economist. So we have people who have practical economic development experience sort of on the ground. And, I think the team brings a wealth of knowledge, and we want to make this as practical as possible. The plan as practical as possible.
So you mentioned attracting investment. So is that what you would consider a primary metric for
Yes.
gauging success?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there others that you could share that I think what I'd like to try and get in our short time here is just an understanding of similar assignments that would be relevant to us and what that looks like. Because again, this can seem so amorphous that it has the potential to be sort of the black box consulting assignment. And I think all of us want it to be practical, real, pragmatic.
Absolutely. I mean, the CEDS itself, I think is pretty practical because we did work with every city throughout the last 15 years to submit projects. And we developed a kind of a project scoring criteria. But to get back to your primary question, it's about making Costa Mesa more prosperous in general. So investment is great, but it has to, have an impact on the community as a whole. So I would judge things like, unemployment rates, making sure that Costa Mesa is below the county average, and county average now is under 3% in Orange County. Making sure that per capita income and household income is rising. So I think what we want to develop is, and the raw material is there, and a lot of good efforts have already been done. There's this kind of virtuous cycle, I guess, that with rising incomes, then you have more people spending in the city. And you have, retail businesses that are reinvigorated. So I think that's kind of what we want to bring to the table, in addition to the strategy and tactics, is a notion that if we start the engine's going, if we fine tune it and really, rev it up, it's going to have this kind of, broad effect, positive effect on the city.
Okay.
Okay. Any, Councilmember Reynolds?
Hi. A couple questions. I'll admit you lost me early on with a focus on outside investment, but you got me back with virtuous cycle.
Yeah, they go together, actually.
Okay.
Both those things go together.
Yeah, and it is, I've been thinking of these different terms that resonate with me, and I do think they are very broad terms that could mean a lot of things. One, when I think about economic development and stability and resiliency, I'm thinking about, supporting local economies that can, adapt to surprising changes, right? But that also generate the resources needed to provide the services in that area, right? That's sort of like the sustainability piece. And I'm looking for you to confirm that that's sort of a goal that you're working towards as well, as opposed to, I think what we've seen in a lot of developed areas, more suburban areas, is, sort of a reliance on outside capital or liabilities that exceed the revenue generated in a certain area.
Yeah, no, for sure. We will deeply understand the economic base here, and small business is a huge part of that. And often small business does suffer from a lack of access to capital. So that's more what I'm not talking necessarily about building like a stadium or something like that. I'm talking about small businesses having access to the capital that they need in order to grow. And even for new entrepreneurs, my read is that there's a very vibrant entrepreneurial community, both existing but untapped in Costa Mesa. And that whole thing about access to capital is kind of a big deal in order to get those individual businesses on firm footing, especially as looks like we enter, a little bit of a difficult economic time.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a saying that I learned as I spent some time really walking street by street, especially in some of our older industrial areas. Some of our business owners have a saying, if it's not made in Costa Mesa, it's not made. And I think it's a really neat sort of saying that they have, and something that I think we really want to hold on to and support.
That's cool.
I have one other question for you. I have to know, in the qualifications, you mentioned, I think, a couple of the team members involved in transportation issues and a economic analysis of the 55 freeway extension. Yeah. And I'm curious what your recommendations were. This is a make or break.
Yeah, I was actually coming up, I worked with Raja on that. It's been a while, I have to say. As I remember, what was important to most of the business owners was that traffic, that daily traffic was really a big deal to their business. And to the extent that that would be somehow cut, because a lot of the businesses that we were talking to directly on Newport Boulevard at that point had signs that people would pull in, to buy a cup of coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
And that if they didn't have that, then that was going to be a big deal to them.
Right.
They would just get bypassed by. So that was, as I remember, the biggest feedback that we got from business owners was how important that daily traffic was to the corridor.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
One last question for Mr. Inlows. I was a little bit confused with the recommendation and wording in one area related to the contract. We have not to exceed amount of $200,000, but then there's this 4 one-year renewal options and several references to an annual budget. Can you explain what that is? Is the recommendation for $200,000 total?
Yes, the recommendation is a do not exceed amount of 200,000. It's typical for our contracts to build in the potential for us to extend it so that we don't have to, if a project goes 13 months, we don't have to kind of come back and ask for that additional month to finish up the project. The intent is this is a project that has a definitive start date and end date. Any references to annual would be in relationship to the resource assessment, which is talking about, what resources economic development might have in the future to continue helping implement the plan once it's been launched, but that wouldn't be related to this contract.
Why for 1 year? How would this extend for 4 years without additional budget?
So again, that's just the standard language that we've put in contracts. If that makes you uncomfortable, we can decrease that. It's not an issue.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I don't think I've seen that before. But thank you. I wanted to make sure we weren't giving $200,000 a year for 4 years. Okay, thanks.
No.
My questions. Thank you.
Okay. One last question. So, you were brave enough to sit through the bulk of our meeting, which gets you some serious points. But you could see that in some of our earlier items, probably the biggest problem that we have in all, maybe the biggest problem in the city is poverty.
Mm-hmm.
We have something like 47% of the city that lives by some standards below the poverty line. So is that going to be to address that issue? Is that going to be part of this scope of work?
So we are happy to include that. I don't even think we mentioned it in the proposal, but I spent 3 years at the start of the Santa Ana Federal Empowerment Zone, and those are the poorest areas of Santa Ana, developing their strategy to address poverty.
Okay.
So I spent 3 years in Santa Ana doing that work. So yes, we will incorporate that.
It's really, I think it's important. Okay, so anyway, I don't have any other questions. Let's open it up to the public comment. Does anybody in the chambers wish to speak? David.
Love it. I figure I might as well. First of all, I saw that the plan had mentioned citywide fiber, and I thought that was a great idea. I love to see that. Internet access is something that I think we can all appreciate after what are we now, like 2.5 years on Zoom? So it's definitely something very important, and I'm glad to see it in there. Another thing I just wanted to mention was it talked about redevelopment of commercial and industrial areas and how ARENA says that we need 12,000 units. And I just want to say that mixed-use developments are fantastic for economic development. That's kind of a Strong Towns principle as well. There's a great video. I'll send it over to you. I think Mark wanted to show it at one of the council meetings at some point, but I'll just send it over. You guys can watch it. But I just know that if when I'm dorming at the USC Village, I can just pop downstairs, go into a Target, go into Trader Joe's, any other local business or restaurant that's at the Village. And it's just so easy to go there, to eat, to hang out. I'm sure that walkable neighborhoods are great for economic development. So I'm excited to see proof of that in this new plan. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else in the chambers? How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay. And second by Councilmember Harlan. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, do you wish to speak to the item? Your motion?
Yes, I'm excited this is finally happening. I do want to recap something that Councilmember Harlan said and that the mayor was talking about relative to poverty, and that is housing specifically. And then to the public, our sole public commenter, this does very much tie in with something we're going to be talking about on July 12th in the chambers, followed by July 19th, related to housing and our housing element. And what the council wants to do moving forward. I've been pretty vocal about this idea of reinvesting, reinvigorating, I'm not sure what the right word is because it's way past my bedtime, our corridors in particular. So you mentioned Newport Boulevard, Harbor, Placentia. You can name a number of them that are just not at their highest and best use right now. So this mix is swirling around in my head of housing, of mixed use, of investment in small businesses, in the extent to which we can activate corridors for biking, walking. I forget what the term was when we were talking about Fairview Developmental Center, but essentially people don't have to drive very far, spend money on gas if they're able to go to like the little shop down the corner. And so to the extent that, yes, investment in a clean tech hub or a fintech hub or, whatever would be super cool. This city very much is about what are the things that are within 8 blocks of me and how do I keep it in Costa Mesa? And I think that is all, it all comes back to housing and it all comes back to how we are using the available land that we have to do the most with. So I'm super excited about this. This is, 8,000 conversations with Mr. Inlows later, we're here. I'm very happy to be here. And I, to the extent that you want to hear us talk anymore, which you probably don't at this hour, but I think we all have a very clear sense of, and it is a sense that I think most of us share up here about what we want to come out of this, what we know Costa Mesans believe, what we feel is the common thread across many of the initiatives we have taken on this dais in the last couple of years. So, I don't think there's any ambiguity really about like what we know the city could be. And so to the extent that we can provide input in that process, please let me talk to you more because I'd like to. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Oh, yes. A voice from above, yes. Yes.
Given the council's questions and perhaps even concerns about the extensions, which the project could, in theory, take longer with these extensions, well, at least I'd like to avoid it. I would recommend that we pull back on those extensions just a bit, maybe just a couple of extensions, 2 one-year extensions as opposed to 4. Just given the feedback that we're getting tonight, I feel more than comfortable with that.
Is that agreeable to the maker and the second?
Don't know that was feedback more than it was just a question about what the item was, but
Got my brain thinking. And so I just think, just so that we're on the same page in terms of deliverables and timeframes, I like the flexibility, but I think in this case, I'm perfectly happy if you choose to pull that back a bit.
Okay, so 200,000 plus 2 additional one-year extensions?
Correct.
That's fine with me.
Second? You agree?
I don't know. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Second concurs. And second, do you have any, Councilmember Harlan, do you have anything to say?
Just very briefly, I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Mr. Inlows knows that, and that's why I ask a lot of questions. One of the things I love about Costa Mesa is we have everything here. Everything is very accessible. We've got South Coast Plaza. We've got access to the beach. We've got, I think, pretty tight-knit neighborhoods. But we also have, as the mayor pointed out, 47% of our community living below the poverty level. We have housing instability. We have got major issues, and I'm hopeful that this economic development plan, or investment plan, as we might end up calling it, does provide us the tools and the roadmap for, as the mayor said, making the problems a little bit smaller.
Anybody else? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I'm also excited for this to get started, and I think the last time we had talked about this in the RFP, I was thinking more of a business-focused economic development. I was really pleased to see in this proposal the people focus, and I like that, and I expect, but we'll also watch for people, the residents of Costa Mesa, remaining at the center of this. Our efforts at a strong, stable, resilient economy is to provide the services that the people of Costa Mesa want and need, that our investments are focused on providing a community and an environment where the people of Costa Mesa can thrive. So I was really excited about that. I am really excited about that, and really appreciate that people are at the center of this. Thank you.
Great. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Inlows, for all the work that you've done on this motion. Mr. Walrod, Dr. Walrod, welcome to the team.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, and as maybe you have observed this, we're not like any other council. We're not like any other city. And I hope you feel welcome on the team, and I hope that you work with us and get our feedback, because we're pretty close to the ground and we've got a lot of aspirations.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you can help us achieve those.
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank goodness we don't have anybody to adjourn the meeting for tonight, so we'll just adjourn.